Welcome, 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 welcome. It's such an honor and a pleasure to be here yet again. Man, such an honor. You at the right place at the right time. This is Coin Gang Ministries. You already know how we start off. If you can see me, press 1, and if you can hear me, press 2. If you can see me, press 1, and if you can hear me, press 2. How's everybody doing out there? It's the top of the week. Hopefully you are being appreciated and never, ever, ever, ever tolerated. My name is Ken Billions, if you didn't know. I thank you for being here because you could be anywhere in the world, but you are here with me. And I promise you that you are amongst friends, you are amongst family. You are at the right place at the right time. This is a place where you come ordinary, but you leave extraordinary. This is Coin Gang Ministries, the number one, right? Numero uno, the number one place for personal development. We represent ministry for the abstract mind, and I assure you that this is a safe space for everybody out there that has an out the box philosophy. Welcome. If you have babies, please keep them close to you. And if you have someone in your life that is trying to love on you, please allow them. You know, this love thing is very, very, very difficult. There's no manual for this love thing. Be patient with each other. But in the process, please keep your babies close. We don't talk about the babies too much, right? We deal with a lot of adult personality and talking points and dating and mating. But we don't talk about Generation Alpha, Generation Beta. We don't talk about 2050. What does the world look like, right? We don't prepare the children for the new world because we're always talking about the past. Nevertheless, shout out to all the Coin Gang family, those that like, those that are subscribed, those that watch from the cloud. Shout out to everybody that super chats, that cash apps. Shout out to everybody that goes, when we talk. That's all I can ask for because I learn every time that I'm talking to you. For those that follow me, you know, we're the baby channel, right? We're small, right? But for those that follow me, y'all know what we do over here. We do personal development. But we are with smoke all day long. And today it's gonna be a little bit of smoke. Not a lot of smoke, just a little bit of smoke. Today we're gonna talk about modern men talking from a position of weakness. We're going to talk about how modern men have Keisha problems. You know, when you hear these dudes keep talking about women, women this, women that, that's Keisha problems. I don't have Keisha problems. Never did, right? But that's Keisha problems. That's content strategy. I'm with it. Run it up, right? But these internet talking points don't bleed over into the real world. And when you don't have Keisha problems, you know the men that do, right? So the modern man that is really nice with this internet thing, that got to jump on the technology, his content is Keisha content. Huh. Fair enough. We're going to talk about how the black male represents a failed patriarchy. When you hear all this about black women this, black women that, that's the words of those that are under a failed patriarchy, even those with a good job. Still, it's a failed patriarchy. We've done countless streams on that, right? Looking at the agriculture age, how things change from polytheistic to monotheistic, how patriarchy rose, right? Black America's a failed patriarchy. So when you hear these dudes talk about women, even if they have a good job, that does not mean that you do not come from a culture that is a failed patriarchy. Okay? We're going to talk about the suit men gatekeepers because I am going to be responding back to a suit man. And we're going to talk about decoding black male psychology. Today, everybody, is the Pookie spectrum versus Dennis Spurling and the good black man. The Pookie spectrum. I'm the Pookie, right? So I'm on the Pookie spectrum, not like New Jack City Pookie. There's levels to Pookie, but I'm on the other end of the Pookie spectrum. But I am a Pookie though, right? I'm on that spectrum. Oh, I'm a panderer and I'm a simp too. So these are the words that the men say to me. Pookie, panderer, simp. Let's deal with simp first. Simp is a word that was used in the street by P's. P's meaning pimps. Rosebud, Andre Taylor, Philmo Slim, dudes like that. And it was to describe a John, okay? So a client of a prostitute was considered a simp. But in the internet space, any guy that women agree with is a simp. Or any dude that they think has a lot of sexual access is a simp. Okay? In the street, simp was a John. On the internet, simp is any guy that women disagree with. They have hijacked the word. The educated lame. Okay? That's simp. So that's how they use it amongst themselves. If you got waves like me and they think that women like you and they agree with you, then you're a simp. But I use simp in its proper context. And I ain't never been a John. The biggest simps in its proper context are passport dudes. Those are the biggest simps. You are Johns. You have told the world, and the gentleman that I'm going to talk about today, he's a blue book gentleman. But you have told the world that you are going around the world for sexual access under the guise that it's looking for wives. Kind of like America goes throughout the world spreading democracy. That's how it goes. It's a code word, right? Pander. I never heard this word till I'm online. So pander is supposedly someone that sides with a particular group or demographic. So in this case, I'm the panderer and I side with women. This is what they say. Okay, cool. And the Pookie. Now, one of those is true. It ain't the simp, and it ain't the what's the other one? The panderer. I'll be the latter. My mistake. I made a mistake, y'all. Those that follow me, you know my content. I made the mistake of thinking everybody was about personal development. I made that mistake. That was my bad, right? Because over here at Coin Gang, what I focus on is personal development. We don't do gossip content. We don't do none of that. We talk about how to get W's and get results. How to come from traumatizing situations and turn that trauma into profit. How to scale our lives without using excuses. That's what we talk about over here. But I made a mistake. I didn't look at my demographics. So my dumbass, I'm over here doing videos like this. Oh, snap. Male content for men. Oh, snap. Damn. This is the content they say I don't have. But I'm over here doing man sharpens man, know thyself, unapologetically. I'm over here doing the becoming, the process of from boy to manhood, the alchemical process that you go through, the chemical changes, right? I'm over here doing content like this, right? And that ain't even my demographics. Well, excuse me. My demographic wasn't about personal development. That's why those views are so low. My bad, right? So that's YouTube. Then on Facebook, I'm doing videos like these. In the left-hand corner, it says the system isn't rigged against black men. And I'm talking about a dude named Myron Gooden, who I heard say he charges $25,000 an hour for his business consulting. The video on on to your right at the top, it says there's too many daddies and not enough fathers. The video below, it says a nurturing man matters. The next one says the power of a father is priceless. That did pretty well. It has 121,000 views. But I was bugging, y'all, because I didn't understand a key thing about demographics and what people are watching. Now, this is the content that I have. Man sharpens man. Me bigging up black men, from business owners to fathers. They're all over my page. Now pay attention to the view count. That 120,000, that's an anomaly. Doesn't usually go like that though, right? But I didn't understand algorithms, y'all. See, we have to understand how an algorithm works. Why you get specific content and you don't get others. So basically, in layman's terms, an algorithm is a set of instructions that we program into the AI. Okay? That's how it works. So if you don't see certain videos, that's because of the instructions that you program into AI. Right? And if you see certain videos, that's based off your cookies, that's based off sites you go to on Google, that's based on your digital footprint online. So if you're ever wondering how something got in your algorithm, that's how. But you have to know what an algorithm is. It's about a set of instructions, okay? Input, and then it gets to set of rules to obtain the expected output from the given input. Now that's watch time, these instructions that you're creating, what you like, what you super chat, what you share. This is all something called machine learning. Okay? This was my bad because when I was doing the work that I was doing in personal development, talking directly to black men, I wasn't getting any traction. And I didn't know why. Because I didn't understand the algorithm. Okay? Until I switched it up a little bit. The moment that I started talking about Keisha or the modern woman, my views went through the roof. That's all modern woman content. One of them, 1,000,000 views off a Passport Bro video. Now, mind you, that's not what I'm into in real life. But I found a little sweet spot. You know why? Here's my demographics on Facebook. 65% men. My demographics on Facebook is 65% men. I found a sweet spot. I realized that modern black men don't care about personal development. Modern black men want to talk about Keisha. So what did I do? I started cooking up content, not bigging Keisha up, but I talked directly to their talking points. I don't have any videos telling women they could do better. I don't call women God. I don't even talk to women. I talk directly at men's talking points. But guess what I also figured out, y'all? They don't watch content. They pay attention to captions. So people come in the chat and then they comment off videos they didn't even read. This is all my Keisha content. My views skyrocketed. So did my money. Why? I started appealing to the education level of my demographics. Who's my demographics? 65% men. So yes, I admit, I am a panderer, y'all. I pander to black men. I know exactly what they don't like, and I do it. But the interesting thing is, I never, ever come and talk to women. I don't do dating. I don't tell women they shouldn't go 50-50. I don't tell women to know their worth. I find these dudes' talking points and I throw it right back at them. And it makes me a shit ton of money. Why would I stop? So they have the game twisted, right? And over and over and over again, I come out and say, yo, you know, if y'all stop clicking on the video, I won't make no more money. My demographic is not women, it's men. Surprise, niggers. Comment after comment. Yeah, you're talking to women. Why would I? That's bad business. Why would I make content for women when that's not the strong demographic? My demographic is men, educated lames. But I figured out that y'all don't really want to do personal development. You don't want to do productivity. You want to talk about Keisha. Okay, cool. Oh, I figured it out. And guess what? I'm going to make this video and you're still going to click on the shit. Do you know why? Because the modern black man psychology is about games and play. Okay? Again, this is me, man sharp as man. No views. None. This is me talking about black dads, highlighting Myron Godden. Right? This is me. This is the demographic. This is what these niggas really like. This is what they like for real. I cater to my primary demographic. Look at the top left. That is a video of a young man named Julian Brown where I highlighted a young black scientist, male now, that turns plastic into gasoline. Look at the views. Now come back over here. Look at the video on the left. Asian woman comes at Passport Bros. 1 million views. This ain't what black men like. Look at the view. Look at the video. Fathers should help their daughters find men. Trauma traditions, and the lack of care for black boys. 6.3 thousand. No. This is what they like. Woman tells the hard truth about her black boyfriend. Look at the numbers. 183,000. Yeah, I'm a panderer. I pander to black men's pain. Yo, y'all gonna get me rich. Because I figured out that y'all don't really want personal development. And y'all lack emotional intelligence. If somebody says something you don't like, you only know 2 languages because you run out of words. Fighting or name calling. Right? Oh, I tapped into your shit. So enter the gentleman that we're talking about today. I have the pleasure of being reviewed by Mr. Dennis Spurling. Now, before I go into Mr. Dennis Spurling, I comment on one of Dennis's videos. He made a live and didn't tag me, right? But he talks about manhood. But guess who told me about this? A woman on TikTok. Dennis didn't tag me, but I tagged him, right? Okay. But Dennis has some interesting things to say about black women and myself. But over here at Coin Gang, we deal with class. So please don't talk about how this man looks. I don't care who he's sleeping with, long as it ain't babies. This is not personal. So over here at Coin Gang, we're about personal development. So even though Dennis put me on the Summer Jam screen, it's all good. So those that rock with me, those that follow me, don't talk about this man. I don't know his lady. I don't know his kids. I don't know none of that. None of that. We're going to deal with what he said, right? The Pookie way, right? We're going to handle this man with respect. You know, Pookie shit, you know? So let's get into some of Mr. Dennis's comments about me.
To the broadcast, thank you all for your patience.
Fair
use.
Hit
the number 1 button, show your appreciation by hitting the thumbs up button. I sure would appreciate that. Big shout out to my Corey Joey said, hit the damn like button, people, respectfully. That's what I'm talking about. Big man 7917, get those motherfucking likes up. That's what I'm talking about. Real aggressive. Christopher McLean, thank you so much for the super chat.
Now, real quick, Dennis is a lawyer. So Dennis is talking to me, Pookie, right? My channel's smaller than his on YouTube. And this is a professional man, right? And I'm a pook. I'm the poop, right? So someone screenshot my smile. The Pookie done made it. Mama, we made it. A lawyer is talking about us. Such an honor, such a pleasure, Mr. Spurling. You know, you represent the good black man. So thank you, Mr. Good Black Man, for reviewing my video and talking about me, a Pookie. Man, such an honor, such a privilege. It's a pleasure. Thanks, man, for reaching back to the less fortunate. I thank you. Thank you, sir, for reaching down at the bottom.
And Quiet Storm said, adding to the collection plate. Thank you so much. So let's get back to this conversation about this young brother. And, you know, this is what we're dealing with in the overarching picture here. And I said this earlier, and I want to reestablish why this is important. This is a battle for the soul of Black America.
We already starting the video wrong, Dennis. Dennis, we already starting the video wrong. This is not a battle for the souls of Black America. Anybody that follows me, so I just want to put it on the screen. What is it that I talk about? I don't even want to say it. He already started off wrong. What's my concern? Mr. Spurling thinks that this is a battle for the hearts and the minds of Black America. He's wrong. What is it that I talk about? Anybody? What do I talk about over here on my channel? Somebody tell me. Personal responsibility. Independence. Damn, this is some crazy pandering content, huh? Personal development. Damn. What do I talk about? Personal development. Mr. Spurling, I know you on vacation in Panama. Enjoy yourself, bro. Don't even worry about me. Let me pook out. Personal development. Wait a minute, Mr. Sterling. Maybe you didn't do your research on me. Hold on. What do I talk about? Accountability? Show me anywhere where it talks about race. Personal accountability. Mr. Spurling, you already came at me wrong. I am not Umar. I am not the conscious community. I don't deal with the black app, sir. I deal with personal development. Do you hear my intro? Welcome to Coin Gang Ministries. This is ministry for the abstract mind. And this is a safe space for everybody. Man, woman, I don't care who you sleep with. I don't care about your hair texture. I don't care about your weight. This is for everybody with an out-the-box philosophy. Mr. Spurling, you already started wrong. Now, I expect more from you because you're a professional man, a humble man, you know, prudent man. But most of all, Mr. Spurling, you are a lawyer, right? So when you're dealing with people like me, Mr. Spurling, you have to do your homework, Mr. Spurling, because you already started off wrong. You are fighting for the hearts and the minds of black people. Sir, Godspeed. Good luck with that. I'm not in your way, beloved. So we already started the damn video wrong. You don't even know who you're talking to. You know who I want to be like, Dennis? I want to be like Les Brown. I want to do that at Madison Square Garden, Mr. Spurling. I'm not fighting for the hearts and the minds of black people. But if that's what you're doing, my dude, do you, right? But when you come to drill, Mr. Spurling, you have to be right and exact, sir. And I expect more from you, right? You're a lawyer. You went to school. I got a GED, my dude. Come on, man. You have to teach me how to not be a Pookie, right? You're the educated lane, right? You are the professional class, the good black men. Don't good black men do their research, Mr. Spurling? So we already started off wrong, Mr. Spurling. Okay? I'm not here for the hearts and minds of black people. I don't do none of that shit. I talk about the permanent underclass and how to stay out of it, Mr. Spurling. But carry on. I just wanted to correct you before we move forward so you know who I am, because you and I had a conversation with each other.
And which direction we're heading in. So it's not just about me and this individual. It's about competing ideologies. See, there was a time.
This is going to be tough. Mr. Spurling said this is about competing ideologies. Mr. Spurling said this is for the hearts and the minds of black people, right? Then he said this is about competing ideologies. Well, let's check that for a second. Let's find that out. Hold on, Mr. Spurling. These are some of my YouTube videos, Mr. Spurling. How to overcome the minority mindset, modern people, fear personal development, the psychology of tunnel vision, 9 secrets to a healthy relationship in a futuristic world, the importance of minding your business, the shadow self, be in the world, not of it. Now, you said this is a competition we're competing based on who has the best ideology. Mr. Spurling, this is your ideology. Maintaining your manhood in a woman-run society. Was a black truck driver murdered to cover up Mexican cartel? When these hoes lie, when your black ass used to fight white folks battle, you got Black Cottage Court ghetto gaggers, okay? You got Freaknik was one stop of old hoes. You got passport broads can't do what passport bros do, and you got DNA tests say your wife is a 304 and the kids are not yours. Sir, we are not doing competing ideologies, my dude. Now, the interesting thing about that, your YouTube library, is you are a lawyer. Now, I'm the Pookie, but this is my Pookie content. How to overcome the minority mindset. The breaking the ego, the change of the parasitic ego. Breaking free from the chains of the parasitic ego. Modern people fear personal development. Wait a minute. You said we are a competition, in a competition based on ideology for the hearts and the minds of the people. So your thoughts and my thoughts are competing with each other. They are, though. They are. I am in direct opposition of what you do, sir. Just so we're clear. The lawyer, right? The older man, this is his contribution to the space. This is his contribution. This is funny. This is his videos. Was a black truck driver murdered to cover up the Mexican cartel? When these hoes lie, getting your Dennis, look at your spelling. Look at your spelling, beloved. We are not in competition with each other, fam. Now, you are spelling like you are the Pookie. Look how you're titling your videos, dog. Like, this is a bad look, fam. Because in this video that I'm reviewing that's about me, you are having a class conversation, which is clear. I got great ears. And you are telling me that I'm the Pookie panderer, right? Cool. Beloved, this is your videos, fam. You are a lawyer. Nothing about your content says professional man. But I get it. You are appealing to the same people I'm appealing to. The intelligence level of modern black American men. We do the same shit. On videos, I talk about their talking points. They come in my comment section. They talk about my eye because I'm blind, right? Oh, they give me death threats, right? We're talking to the same people. We're doing the same thing. See, the difference is the Facebook, that's my trap spot. Because I already know that demographic, they don't want this kind of content. Man sharpens man, know thyself. They don't want that, Mr. Spurling. They don't want this kind of content. Look at my views. A nurturing man matters. Look at my views. It's too many daddies, not enough fathers. Look at my views. They don't want that, Mr. Spurling. They want this. Million views, 700,000 views, 200,000 views. Talking about what? Anytime, go back to the algorithm, right? See, the algorithm is based on instructions. So, if I talk about on Facebook, which is an old app, it's from analog, it's an old app. It's from 05, 06. If I talk about life insurance, no views at all. Boy, when I put that modern woman in the title though, these dudes show up. It's not women that reviews my content on Facebook, Mr. Spurling. It's men. Surprise. Mr. Spurling, I just look like this. I just look like a Pookie. I got the tattoo on my face. I just look like the Pookie, Mr. Spurling. I know a little bit. Just a little bit. You didn't prepare, right, for this. Okay? So this is your content. I just want to be clear that this is you. You spelling words all crazy. Passport broads. Can't do what passport bros do. This is an older man too, by the way. A lawyer. Meanwhile, the Pookie, look at my content. Algorithm supremacy, technological Darwinism. Look at his words again. But he's competing for the hearts and minds of black people, right? That's what he said. All right. Just want to be clear, Mr. Spurling. We don't do the same thing, sir.
Before slavery ended, where African Americans had reached great progress. If you look at some of the old cities like Detroit, Chicago, there were already black Americans who were well-to-do.
You mean like Mary Ellen Pleasant? Like her? You ever heard of Miss Mary? I've talked about Miss Mary several times, Mr. Spurling. You were talking about well-to-do blacks before and after slavery. You mean like Jeremiah Hamilton, who got rich on the stock market? Do you see what that says? Hamilton was a shrewd financial agent, amassing a fortune of $2 million. That's $250 million in 2018 dollars. You ever heard of him? History damn near has wiped him from the record books. He has a biography that was written by a white man called The Prince of Darkness. Mr. Spurling, do you know how I know these people? Because we did a series on my channel called Blacks Been Ballin', Mr. Spurling. And in Blacks Been Ballin', we talked about the history of black capitalists in America. Oh. You didn't know that though, right? Right? You see the view count? That's not what people show up for, sir. If you know anything about black Americans, you know black Americans' religion is entertainment. It's smoke, it's shade. You know this, or maybe you don't, right? But as you're talking, I'm listening to your review as if you're educating me. Over on this channel, we have talked about forgotten black men and women who was balling out of control in the 18th century. Hold up, let me see real quick. I don't see none of that on your page. Mary Ellen Pleasant, write her name down. Jeremiah Hamilton. See, I'm confused now. I'm confused. Because you're about to hear a lot of Pookie rhetoric. You're about to hear a lot of Pookie rhetoric about me, right? And who is Dennis talking to, though? Right? Now, every video I start with, I say, this is the #1 home for personal development. So that means men and women come here to deal with procrastination, to deal with trauma, to deal with a different mindset. That's who I'm talking to, right? Who's he talking to? So let's get back to Mr. Spurling, the lawyer, right?
This is before 1865. And then there was a first migration of blacks fresh out of slavery who had inherited that white trash mentality from the white folks who had come from Ireland, who had come from Scotland, and who had come from the border towns, the border cities outside of England. And basically, what they did was they inherited that white trash mentality.
Mr. Spurling. Sounds familiar. Damn, what you're saying sounds real familiar. Familiar. Oh, you must be talking about this book. Black rednecks and white liberals. Damn, Mr. Spurling. Now, Mr. Spurling does in this review tell me that I'm not well read. Cool. But I know exactly what he's talking about. This is from Thomas Sowell, Black Rednecks and White Liberals. Mr. Spurling, word of advice. You got to go for first round knockouts when you deal with someone like me, right? And you're like the first guy in the manosphere space that bit. You don't bite on me, dog. Right? I really do this. Like, I'm committed to it. I am a psychopath when it comes to personal development. But I'm also ready for the moment, Mr. Spurling. So when you talk about me, you have to make sure you end it quickly. I'm not the guy that you give traction to. You got to keep me in the Pookie space, right? Because unlike many of y'all, I'm not a late bloomer, Mr. Spurling. I've been this for a very long time. But it's just word of advice. You gotta come a little right, more strong, Mr. Spurling.
And as white people progressed and got rid of it, we inherited. So now what you got is you got a bunch of black people who think that black culture is synonymous with ghetto behavior that was inherited or put upon them during the time period when we were captured people in the South. And in reality, it's not African. It is not just solely a product of slavery. It is a product of proximity to those folks, those literally what they call white trash who were brought in from Europe. By contrast, if you look at what was going on in the north east, or what we call the New England countries, those people, they came from a different background. So those people from England, the more aristocrat, the sophisticated.
So Mr. Spurling is giving a history lesson and shooting darts at me. Give it 1 second. He begins to heat up in a second.
They were different, and that's why you have our major learning centers on the East Coast. That's why America is built the way it's built. That's why the think tank is up in the Northeast and not somewhere in down South. Of course, things are beginning to change, but for the most part, it is what it is. Now, that said, I am of the position that we need to move forward. I am of the position that we need to reform, or we need to get rid of some of these people. And we're in a position to do that because unlike then, when droves of black people came up from the South, and it took generations for them to acclimate themselves into polite society and get rid of that savagery and that hood shit, that country ghetto stuff that they were doing, we were outnumbered. Those of us who want better.
Country ghetto, Mr. Spurling. Country ghetto, right? The jokes write themselves. Dennis, this your content. Look at how you're spelling words, Dennis. Are you a lawyer or not? Are you a professional man? Are you at the one of the elite guys in the black manosphere? Right? You talking about ghetto gaggers on a plantation? Mr. Spurling, I expect more from you. You're one of the great minds, right? Why you moving around like that? And why are you going so low to appeal to black men that you wouldn't even hang out with? I thought you was a beacon of light. You're a lawyer, right? You talking about country and ghetto shit, right? Look at your content, bro. Freaknik was a one stop for old hoes. That's your content. If you pass away, Dennis, this lives forever, bro. History will go back. And if they want to see the greatest black minds, because you're for the hearts and minds of black people, they will be confused at the content that a lawyer is making. Where's the law at? Where's the academia, Mr. Spurling? Because I'm the Pookie, remember? So I shouldn't be on your level. You should be running circles around me, bro. But you're not. We are definitely going two different directions, which is fine. When I critiqued your video, I just critiqued what you said. But you made a whole live stream about me, Panderer, Pookie, all that. Now we're gonna get into it. You took some time with me, so I'm gonna take some time with you back. But word of advice, Mr. Spurling, when you deal with me, you gotta show up a certain type of way. Them suits gotta be hugging you a little more, bro. The hair gotta be laid down a little more. You gotta show up for work, Mr. Spurling. You're supposed to be a fresh lawyer, Mr. Spurling. Right? Your shit's supposed to be tight, Mr. Spurling. You gotta look like paper, Mr. Spurling. I'm the Pookie, man. I'm on the bottom. Right? I ain't supposed to show up cleaner than you, bro. You supposed to hold on, Mr. Spurling. How you showing up? This ain't personal, bro. This professional, right? Cause I'm the Pookie. This is what you said, right? And you put me on the screen, and you was talking to thousands of men. Cool, cool. Now I'm talking back to you, right? I want to get on your lawyer level, but you need to get on my fresh level, my G. You the lawyer. Come to work. This is work, bro. Don't just fire up shit just to talk. Come to work. You a professional man. I expect more from you, Mr. Spurling.
Those black Americans who want better for ourselves, those who want a low crime rate, those who don't want to see black men as the face of crime, those who don't want to see all these 70% of black women raising children out of wedlock, fathers, dealing with the foolishness that we have to deal with in family court. Those of us who want change are now still battling the pander bears who are trying to justify this horrible negative culture, this behavior that stems up from that time before we were free people. So this is what we're doing. This is what this battle is about. Now, as far as this panda bear Pookie, he's offended by my broadcast last year, right? And I said, and I told black men what they should do about the Pookie and Ray Ray problem. The Pookies and Ray Rays are destroying the internet, okay? A lot of these internet Pookies were heavily offended in the manner by which I ended the Pookie and Ray Ray versus educated lame boys. Because for years on the internet, there had been this war between Pookie and Ray Ray, and the educated lames was saying, yeah, blah, blah, blah. All the black women want is these low life dudes that mean them no good. And then they get mad at every other black man for that. And the Pookies are saying, y'all just jealous.
I don't know them conversations, Mr. Spurling. I don't come on the internet to be entertained. I come on the internet to learn about shit. So that vacuum that y'all talk about, the educated, this is all new words to me. This is new words, sir. Educated, lame, pookies, and I ain't know none about that, right? But that's what y'all sign on to. Now remember, algorithms, y'all. Algorithms are based on sets of instructions. How you program, when you program in the AI, it's basically machine learning. So these people are showing up online to do this. Their phone recommends videos like this. There is audiobooks online of millionaires who are talking about success habits. That's not what they're going to. There's audiobooks online where high performers are giving their secrets on how they won in life. That's not what people go to. Put the modern woman in there, put Pookie Ray Ray in there, put high value man. This is what the crowd goes to watch. See, I know the psychology of Black America. So the psychology of Black America, based on its collective reticular activating system, that's based on a collective filter that the more salacious the content, the more people are going to watch. It's a collective reticular activating system since the collective sees itself as one brain. So that means everybody vibes on one frequency. Mr. Spurling, it's called the reticular activating system. I know I'm not supposed to know that word. I'm a Pookie. I got a tattoo on my face. What the hell? Reticular, what? I know, Mr. Spurling. I'm one of the niggas in the field that learned how to read. Mind you, this is your content. That's what you talking about. The Pookie is over here talking about the reticular activating system and how to adjust your filter and how to upgrade your software. You over there talking about freak Nick and old hoes. You are such a bad example, Mr. Spurling, of those that want to be professional, because what you do is you have survivor's guilt. So you appeal to black men that you wouldn't even hang with because you are ashamed of your success. So you got to throw the brothers a bone by coming down to their level. That shit is corny. Well, you worked hella hard, bro. You're a lawyer, Mr. Spurling. Then you go to Texas Southern or something like that. Then you go there. Why you getting online talking talking jive? Why you talking like that, bro? This ain't what you talk about with your college friends. You don't talk this kind of content with your college buddies. Huh. You don't talk like that. The fact that black dudes pull up to hear a professional man talk jive, yo, that's crazy. You couldn't talk to me like that, Mr. Spurling. You got to talk about some money to me. None of that, bro. I don't. How you get money, bro? How you cleaning up credit? What's a guarantor, bro? We got to talk about some paper, Mr. Spurling. You think I'm going to get up with you so you can talk about Keisha content and you got a degree and you a lawyer? You crazy. See, that's the difference between me and those black men that you over there caping for. I ain't going to let you talk stupid for me. I'm going to put that degree right back in your face. Hey, bro, keep your conversation up here. Don't lower your conversation to me. What you think this is? Don't have permanent conversations to me. What you think this is? You a whole lawyer. I'm over here, the GED, talking about the reticular activating system. I'm over here, the GED dude, look at my content. The psychology of tunnel vision. How to overcome the minority mindset. How to do shadow work. What something ain't right here. So maybe them degrees ain't shit. The same way you tell these women your degrees ain't nothing, maybe your degree ain't nothing, Mr. Spurling, because you don't represent it. Or maybe you do, though. Maybe you do represent your degree just with your kind. We'll get into that in a sec, because I know your kind.
Of us, we the street dudes with street cred. And I said that these black men who are praying, and I want y'all to hear me very well, and I'm going to say it again, and I want you to understand, I mean this. I said that these black men who are preying on members of the black community by selling hard drugs, who are murdering and raping and destroying the lives of our other black people, that I would gladly line them up and shoot them down in the street. I had no problem with putting a bullet in the middle of their head, and I have not changed that position. I meant it then, and I mean it now. If you're destroying the lives of innocent, good, hardworking black Americans, you're committing genocide on your own people. And you forfeited your right to live. Now, you can understand why these Pookies would get mad at that. But I promise you that I share the sentiment. There are millions of other black men that share the same sentiment as I do. Now, what I did was I simply returned that energy and that rhetoric that they've been extended to everyone else. They've been the one terrorizing the black community. And what I just did was...
The Pookies are terrorizing the black community. Now, you just heard Mr. Spurling. Yeah, I did say something about that. I'm like, damn, you would do all that, huh? Why you ain't did it? You just gonna go around just pressing the Pookies like that? You gonna do violence on them? Because they're the one terrorizing the black community. The Pookies. To the untrained mind, somebody would be like, yeah, Dennis is right. But to a mind like me, if Pookie's terrorize the community, what about Henry Minton? He didn't terrorize the black community? Now, Dennis, I told you I was going to get into your kind, Dennis. This is your kind. You a soup man, Dennis. I know your kind. I speak your language. I know your secrets. Dennis, I know your secrets. I know who you are, Dennis. I know why you are a lawyer, but when you come around other black people under you, I know why you talk how you talk. You one of them boys. And I don't got no problem with it. It's all good. But let's be clear. I know exactly who you are. So it's the Pookies that terrorize the black community. Right, Dennis? Not Henry Minton? Not him? The first Greek letter fraternity founded by African American men was established in 1904 and named Sigma Pi Phi fraternity. So it's the Pookies. Okay. In 1908, chapter representatives from Chicago, Baltimore, and other cities met in Philadelphia and established the Grand Boule to provide central leadership. The fraternity believed in the absolute equality of standing of its members, blah, blah, blah. What you are looking at is the Boule. Now, when these men show up in these suits, these high-value men, when they show up in these suits, and they're lawyers, and they're these educated dudes, it's a high possibility that they are Masons. Why would a lawyer... Let me tell you something about these people. They get a kick out of each other when they come around each other and no one knows that they're throwing signs and saying little funny shit to each other. And they purposely talk dumb. Why would a lawyer make content like this? Doesn't he have colleagues? What lawyer would talk on this level? A lawyer that has been trained to conceal his knowledge. See, y'all going about this all wrong. Y'all trying to get reparations from the wrong people. You have to go to your fraternity people. They are standing next to the king. They have direct access to the king. Talk to them about your reparations. As long as they're in charge of your reparations, you're never going to get it. Because if you get it, then you wouldn't have the need for black leadership. Because you need black leadership, it keeps them in power. They don't want you to fix yourself. You ain't going to come to church no more. You're not going to have leaders anymore if you fix yourself. See, if you deal with what we deal with over here, personal development, you don't need no leaders. Now, I want to tell solid black dudes out there something. Homie, it might not be your grind. You might grind crazy, bro. You just might not laugh at jokes that ain't funny. It might not be your ideals. You could be smart as hell. There is a gatekeeping class that keeps real black grinders from the bottom from getting to it. That's why you got to learn this internet, fam, because it takes them out of it for right now. You don't got to go through them. You don't got to go through their fraternities, yo. You don't got to go through their HBCUs. You don't got to do none of the hazing. You don't got to walk across sand with the rope tied around your waist. You don't got to get in a casket and tell your sexual secrets. Mr. Spurling, you have to leave someone like me alone. I just look like this. Now you thought that you was going to put me on a Summer Jam screen without tagging me and talk to your weak ass niggas over there. I said it about your folks because it's weak. You know why? Let me. They're under mind control. Because they'll sit up and listen to a lawyer talk to them foolish and dumb. Not me. But you thought you was talking to a pandering Pookie. You bit. I've been waiting for one of y'all to bite. Don't respond to me, Dennis. I will come up off you, bro. I really do this shit. I'm really a grinder. I'm really a hustler, right? You got how many subscribers? 60,000? Dennis, I will make your followers my followers, bro. Now, I just broke one of the cardinal rules of concealing my attention. I didn't conceal my attention, Dennis. I should have let you keep talking to me and I come up, right? But I appreciate you, bro, for reaching down to the slums and talking to a Pookie like me. So shout out to the brother, because he ain't have to do this. He got 60,000 followers on YouTube. He ain't have to talk to me. I don't even got 7,000. He ain't have to talk to me. So shout out to you. But don't respond, Dennis. I get activated with this shit, Dennis. And I'm really, really, really smart, Dennis. Right? And I'm really honest with the people that follow me. That's why we got this relationship. They know all about me. What you gonna say? I've been to prison? They know that, Dennis. What you gonna say? I did drugs, Dennis? Dennis, I talk about naked ladies and mollies. What, Dennis? My platform, we read books and we turn up, Dennis. We fuck, Dennis. You know what I mean? We stand on club couches, but we're great parents and we read books. Dennis, this is where all the hoes come to chill. You know why? Because I don't judge them like you do over on that platform with your dudes talking about Keishas from the streets. This the trap, Dennis. You done stepped in some shit. I mean, Mr. Spurling.
Terrorize their asses. And so the response that I will receive from this particular Pookie is expected. But see, the thing is, the reason I knew what to say and how to say it, and the reason why it ended the whole educated lane versus Pookie and Ray Ray wars, is because I grew up around these street niggas. And the only time they're tough is when they have an advantage. When they got a gun, when there's a whole bunch of them around. They're not tough when they get taken back to that holding cell and they get 100 years to life.
He's telling the truth about that. I've been in a holding cell and I've seen the toughest dudes turn to butter. So Mr. Spurling is right about that.
When they get 120 months, they're not tough then. Nevertheless, I've never seen so many sensitive, whining street niggas complain about something somebody said on the internet. And it makes you, it demonstrates to me what you are, an absolute fucking joke. More to the point, brothers. These men know.
And that's why I went from Mr. Spurling to Dennis. I would have never stopped calling you Mr. Spurling, right? But I'm a great listener. And you went there. Okay. I must still respect you. I'm going to carve you out, though. Okay? Now, Dennis, you are really, really running with this Pookie, messed up the community. But the community, the way it looks, is based on these dudes, though. Let's go back to Mr. Minton, shall we? Y'all got a lot of smoke for black women, right? A lot of smoke. I believe y'all punch down. Y'all don't punch up. I punch up, right? I'm outmanned when it comes to this conversation. Yeah, this is a whole entire organization. See, this is what it looks like to punch up, right? So if they become my enemies, I don't know who you are. That's punching up. That's man shit, Dennis. Right? I punch up when I'm outnumbered. Right? These are some of the most important men in America that I'm about to punch up at. Okay? See, the black community, what you mentioned about you're for the hearts and the minds of black people, y'all don't tell them the whole truth. Yes, America has upward mobility. Yup. Yes, you can make some money, right? But the higher you go, you're going to have to see one of them big homies. That's why y'all got to get it on the internet. Because if y'all go outside and try to run it up, y'all going to run into one of these boys. And they're going to determine your fate. These educated black men. They are going to determine your fate. Y'all know W.E.B. Du Bois. He said in his talented 10th, can the masses of the Negro people in any possible way be more quickly raised than by the effort and example of this aristocracy? You know I can't read Mr. Spurling. You know I fuck a word up. I'm a Pookie. Aristocracy. Right? Can the masses of the Negro people be in any possible way more quickly raised than by the effort and example of this aristocracy of talent and character? Was there ever a nation on God's fair earth civilized from the bottom upward? Never. It is, ever was, and will be from the top downward that culture filters. The talented 10th rises and pulls all that are worth the saving up to their vantage ground. This is the history of human progress. Now, this is what these dudes think. The high value man conversation that they've been talking about for the last couple years, that is a Masonic conversation. Anytime you hear Masons talk, they always deal with elevation. High this, high that. High value men. Now think about it. It's a group of men. Women didn't come up with this. This is men auditing themselves, right? Right? Wouldn't women say who are high value? No, no, no. This is a group of men and their connections and their network, and they put it at you got to make $100,000 3 to 5 years in a row. What did Kevin Samuels say? Can't be athletes or entertainers. The boule originally was based on college educated black men that were physicians, doctors, dentists, accountants, lawyers, right? I'm sure now they have allowed athletes in. LeBron has the boule symbol across his chest. The high value man conversation, it makes me chuckle. That's Mason talk. But you know, we do personal development over here, so we never talked about that. It ain't my business. So they're being disingenuous with black people. Yo, just work hard, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Why don't y'all talk about y'all fraternity, though? What do y'all do at y'all lodge meetings? What is a worshipful master? What are checkered... How come those checkered floors that y'all have in the lodge, how come they're in every movie? What is the difference between a Shriner and a Freemason? Just a Pookie. You know, the Pookie Pander, right? You gotta be careful with me, Dennis. Because I punch up. Right? I'm not afraid. This is just talking. Right? But when you talk at me, I'm going to talk real about you and your friends. Nothing wrong with being in the lodge. Just keep it in a buck. Keep it a buck. You know, them first 3 degrees, that blue house, I really believe y'all use the lion's paw grip to take a man out of the grave and give him light. When y'all get from that that third house, gets a little Sigma Pi Phi fraternity is an important fraternity, y'all. That's Thurgood Marshall. Did you know he was Sigma Pi Phi? So wait a minute. You thought you could be the Supreme Court Justice, y'all, and not be part of a lodge? I want y'all to think back to all the professional black men you know. I want you to think back to your grandfather and your uncles. What happened during their funeral? Was there a private ceremony for him and his frat brothers where you couldn't come in? Y'all really thought that you can be the Supreme Court Justice and you don't go through them boys? This is America. This is about the occult. No, y'all. Am I telling y'all not to participate in the system? Of course not. You in America, turn up. But they're not being honest to you on who really controls the black community. It ain't no damn Pookie. It's the good black man. The good black man is the one that's oppressing you. See, because the good black man on the surface talks community talk, but that's not who his oath is to. Where are their oaths to? On the surface is blackity this, blackity that. Don't buy into that shit. Just listen. Be stoic though. Be indifferent. Know the game. Thurgood Marshall, Sigma Pi Phi. Isn't that the Attorney General? Eric Holder? Sigma Pi Phi? Boule? Kenneth Chenault? He was the CEO for American Express. This is the black upper class, y'all. What y'all think this is? Why do you think there's a Pookie class, man? This is talented temp shit. And Mr. Spurling, look how he show up. Soup. Mr. Spurling will lead you to believe that it's the people at the bottom that are running shit. But it's not. It's the people at the top. Everything you see at the bottom is orchestrated by the puppet masters at the top. Mr. Spurling, you bit. You bit. All you manosphere dudes watching from the cloud, if you have more subscribers than me, don't bite on me. You don't want to see me on. I'm the nigga that you don't give a chance to. Don't do this to yourself. I'm really a star. I'm really about this. I'm really good on camera. I really love microphones. I really love to perform. Don't do that. Don't do that. It would be better for us to do business with each other and I come in as your homie. I'm never going to be your young boy though. But don't compete with me. Don't do that. Because I'm going to go like this. And I'm in this shit for money. I'm coming for money. I don't care about all that other shit. I'm coming here for bread. If I can't make no money here, I'll take my show to somewhere else, bro. I warned you.
Know that they're wrong and they know they deserve death or worse for what they've done to black people. And I'm talking to you black men, and I very rarely ever address black men like that. But if I did on a regular basis, you brothers would hate me too. Instead, what I do is I protect my brothers. I defend you as best I can. But when it comes down to these low-life scoundrels, these genocidal maniacs who've been terrorizing the black community, I ain't got no love for them.
Yo. Dennis defends black men from black women. Right? The comments that black women say online. Dennis does not defend these black men from his buddies. Dennis defends those men when it comes to Keisha. Dennis doesn't defend those men that follow him from the men that orchestrate shit. The people where he changes his conversation to. Remember, when it comes to them, this is Dennis content. This is his content, right? This is how he talks. Remember he was talking about country and ghetto and all that? Look how he talks. Look at his content. Ghetto gaggers on a plantation? Really, Dennis? Really? But you gonna do violence to Pookie. Y'all have Pookie envy. That's a class conversation, right? Y'all are upset that these women sleep with Pookies and Pookie ain't gotta do the shit y'all do. Keep it a stack. I hear y'all conversations. Y'all want the wifey treatment and Pookie gets it with no money in his pocket. Just hood swag. That shit burns y'all up. And then you choose better men. You mean like y'all? That's what choose better means, right? Choose y'all, right? That's talking from a position of weakness, Dennis. The Nation of Islam said the black man is God, Dennis. Why you ain't operating from that perspective, Dennis? Hmm? Why you talking dumb?
The truth of the matter is, those men who've experienced and witnessed that life, they knew they were playing a deadly game of cat and mouse with the other street urchins and the cops, and it was just a matter of time that they either ended up in a body bag or in a prison cell. The lifestyle that they lead is stressful and violent and harmful. But see, the problem is sometimes it's entertaining and it's also addictive. And low key, they enjoy it. And so they're not going to stop without a strong intervention or some sort of transformative event. Maybe they can get the Lord. Maybe they get the shit scared out of them. Maybe they have a near-death experience. But that's the only reason they change. Now, part of the reason that these men don't change is because these rotten-ass broads, these same hood rat urchins that they deal with and breed with, are hybristophilic in nature. What does that mean?
Ooh, that was fire.
That means they seek out that danger. They seek out that pain. They seek out that thrill. They want the bad boy. And so what do these ladies do? They reward this behavior. Hell, our society makes movies glorifying the lifestyle. Look at all the movies that were made around growing up or the South Central Los Angeles gang culture. Look at all the movies that were made about the Italian mafia. Look at all the movies that were made about cowboys and westerns. The bad guy. We enjoy that. We glorify that. Now, the thing is, when you put them on hot seat, when you call them out, these Pookie and Ray Ray types, just like the single mothers that raised them, act like perpetual victims. And they will forever blame everyone else but themselves for their station in life.
That's interesting, Dennis. Now, I remember in the beginning you talked about this is a battle for the hearts and minds of the people. And you talked about that we have competing ideologies. You're right. You just was talking about how people make excuses. Dennis, over here at Coin Gang, we adhere to strict laws. We have our own laws over here, Dennis. It's called the 10 laws of accountability, Dennis. We don't make excuses, Dennis. You want to know what our 10 laws are, Dennis? Number 10. Everywhere you go, there you are. This would apply to the men you speak about and their passports. If you're lame in America, you are lame everywhere. If you are that dude in Chicago, you are that dude everywhere. And it's not your money that makes you that dude. It's intrinsic value that makes you that dude. When you heal, you are that dude. When you do the shadow work, you are that dude. When you focus on agency, you are that dude. Then when you get the money, you get the resources, you just go to another level. But that dude is that dude. Y'all not that dude. Because you have to go somewhere to become that dude. I'm him right now, Dennis. I'm Ken everywhere I go. Around dudes with more money than me, taller than me, better education. I'm not scared of none of that shit. I walk in the room like a 6'10" dude. I'm 5'9", Dennis. Everywhere you go, there you are. That's law 10 from our law. Dennis, we got our own philosophy over here, Dennis. Do you know that women follow my page, Dennis? Do you know there's women over here that adhere to the 10 laws of accountability? Now, I want you to find the pander in these laws, Mr. Spurling. Number 9, Mr. Spurling. Self-improvement is the only improvement. These are our laws. Now, you was just putting me in the space of someone that makes excuses. Well, that would go against our laws, Mr. Spurling. Even though you have the rhetoric of community improvement, there's only one improvement, Mr. Spurling, and that's self-improvement. Self-improvement is the only improvement. Dennis, these are our laws. You didn't know this because you just thought I was flapping my gums on Facebook. No, Dennis. We're over here holding each other accountable to our standards. We don't give a fuck about tradition. We live in a new world. We make our own shit. We ain't part of your good old boys club. Nigga, we grew up hip hop, Dennis. Crazy? Tradition where you got the leverage, where people like this got the leverage. Y'all want us in this? You want us in this? Nah, bruh. We clap back at that, Dennis. We the latchkey kids, Dennis. Huh. We the Saved by the Bell, Beavis and Butthead, Donnie Simpson, Video Soul, Garbage Pail Kids, Pogs and Slammers, Air Max 95s, Lyricist Lounge, Source Magazine reading, Double XL Magazine reading, all hip hop in the comment section reading Ill Seed. That's us, Dennis. We not with none of that shit. Yeah, the Pookies. Right? The Pookies, Dennis. Right? We used to watch the Playboy channel with the squiggly lines, Dennis. We was trying to get a look at the nipple, Dennis. That's what I come from. I mean, that's us. Dennis, number 8 is pain is the paywall. What that means is coming to this planet, Kalima, right? It's a pain planet. So over here at Coin Gang, we look at our trauma as a pain wall, Dennis. So our trauma is our initiation into experiencing heaven on earth. The things on your channels and your manosphere spaces, the shit that y'all diss women for, their pain or their embarrassing moments, over here, we look at it as a pain wall. Over here, Dennis, the 304s, they do have a home. You know why? Because I'm a thought. All those women you disregarding because of body count, they good with me. You know why? That was just their lessons. You know what they got now? A PhD in men. Some of them got to get it out the school of the hard knocks, Dennis. See, y'all don't respect the game. Everybody lessons is different on this planet. Some people gonna get it from hoeing. Some people gonna get it from school. Some people gonna get it from a traumatizing home environment. Some people gonna get it from prison. We choose our life before we get here, Mr. Spurling. We are spiritual beings having a human experience, Mr. Spurling. Now, I know in your spaces, y'all deal with binary thinking. It's this or that. Bad woman, bad woman, bad man, bad man. Not over here. Shit is nuanced. You gotta know what you're looking at, Dennis. You don't rock with the people for real, for real. When you rock with the people, Dennis, you understand the human experience. And you don't run people that are living in the human experience through these weird filters. Personal development is for everybody, Dennis. It's for the hoes. It's for the peas. It's for the squares. It's for the babies. It's for the elders. Pain is the paywall, Dennis. We got our own codes and laws. What you standing on over there? I know what your code and law is, right? To never reveal those secrets like Hiram Abiff when them ruffians came up on him. That's what your oath is to, Dennis. You a suit guy. I know about suit guys. My oath is to the ministry that I created. I'm teaching you our laws. Your oath is to something else. This ideal of the good black man, but ain't shit good about y'all though. Nothing good about y'all. Y'all think because y'all don't commit crimes that you're a good man. That's your measurement of who's a good man, who's a bad man, based on who has committed a crime. What makes y'all good though? Number 7, Dennis, in our laws of accountability. You are not a victim. It's just your turn. Wasn't you just talking about that? Dennis, wasn't you just talking about that? See, over here, we don't believe we're victims when we're going through the human experience. It is just our turn, Mr. Spurling. I want to get through my laws real quick, but I just wanted to show you that I don't apply to that. You don't even know what you're dealing with. Our 6th law, you get what you prepare for. So that means, Mr. Spurling, if you are more prepared than me, you deserve more. As I'm reviewing your video, when it comes to this right now, I am way more prepared than you. You know why? Because as a little boy, I seen myself, Dennis. So when you made a video about me and I seen that 60,000 followers, oh yeah. I got some bars for you. You see how I look at the game? I appreciate you though, because you ain't have to say something to little old me. But I'm going to make it worth your while though, right? So you can know next time, right? Never underestimate nobody, Dennis. And Pookie is dehumanizing language, right? It makes you already think it makes you put someone in a box already. But I understand the box. Y'all stand on your square and a compass. So I understand about boxes, Dennis. Number 5, Dennis, the problem is always you. Number 4, no one owes you, not even your parents. Number 3, you're only as good as your last win. Number 2, you get what you put in. And number 1, Dennis, of our 10 laws of accountability, it's your fault even when it ain't. So what you were just saying in that video, that don't apply to me. And it don't apply with nobody over here rocking with Coin Gang. Right? See, y'all, never get caught up in subscriber count. Never get caught up in views. It don't matter how many views it has. It's who's watching. Who's watching? We already know who's watching Dennis content. Look at this shit. Now I'm reviewing a video Dennis did on me. I'm a cook I'm a cook bro so crazy that I would not be surprised if he hits me with a copyright strike. I'm already beating you to it, Dennis. So if y'all don't see the video, just know he hit me. Because I'm going to dig in him so crazy, I'm going to make him hit me with a copyright strike. Which is fine. And I'll never mention Dennis again, right? But Mr. Spurling, as long as you and I know what's going on. Now, our 10 laws of accountability, you get what you prepare for. You was not prepared for me. None of this is personal. This is between me and you. I ain't looking up your family. That's sucker shit, Dennis. I own docs, right? Me talking about the organization I think you're involved with, that's not a doc. So we address Dennis' comments right there.
They blame the government. They blame society.
We don't.
Instead of growing up, dealing with it, and pushing forward like men or like grown-ups are supposed to do, they blame everybody else. And at what point does society say enough is enough? And that's where we are now. See, there's nothing glorious or honorable about what these men who have sold dope and pimped women out and murdered black men, there's nothing honorable about that. They're animals and savages for doing what they did. Now, the thing is, not all the Pookie and Ray Rays are irredeemable. But some of them had to hit rock bottom. They got to be drug addicts. They got to go to prison for a long time. In order for them to have this grand enlightenment through spirituality or something.
Man. Mr. Spurling, I know what it's like to hit rock bottom. When you are a man or a woman with the microphone, you have to understand what bottom feels like. You had to feel it. You had to taste it. You had to live it. The reason why the manosphere has the perspective they have on women, y'all don't understand women's bottom. You don't want to. I know compassion, that's not a sexy word. Empathy, that's not a sexy word, right? It's about clicks. To do this work for real, you have to know where that man is coming from, know what that woman is coming from, right? See, me, Mr. Spurling, I know crackheads that was crackheads when I was a boy. I'm 39 years old. When I see them, I talk to them with respect. Women that lost their children to the drugs, to the streets, I still call her miss. I don't care what a man's prison record is, as long as it don't got nothing involving children or anything non-consensual, beating up with none of that. I understand the story. As long as you don't got certain shit on your jacket. You been broke, you had to ride the bus. I know the story, yo. See, this is not the space for human talk. They don't want to come human. They want to have high value man conversations. They don't want to have get it out the mud conversations, or they understand and they relate to somebody that's on the bottom conversation. Because for real, that's where most of the world is at. On the bottom. First generation to go to college. First generation to own a foreign. First generation to own a business. First generation to own a business. First generation to keep their family intact. That's the people I speak for, Mr. Spurling. We the latchkey kids. Our mamas wasn't home. Right? We was watching the movie Kids when we was little, Mr. Spurling. Mm-hmm. We the kids that was watching the AM1 mixtape. Listen to us talk. On the surface, it sounds like he relates to these black men. He got survivor's guilt. He's upset about his success. So he takes himself lower to deal with the commoner. Right?
Something else. But what I'm saying and what I said was, this was your final warning. At some point in the near future, things are going to change. And for those of you all who won't change in this near future, your future is not guaranteed. What I did was I put the Pookies on notice that either you straighten up or you fly right, or else bad shit is going to start to happen to you. This is not 1968 in the black community. What do I mean by that? There's more of us than there are of you now. What do I say us? I mean the 63% of black men who've reached the middle class, upper middle class, and who are rich.
Yo, so crazy. That talking point of black men being in the middle class, Dennis, that's not a flex. We have inflation, Dennis. We have automation, Dennis. Making $40,000 to $60,000 a year in America now is not a flex, Dennis. The elder Claude Anderson taught us about the permanent underclass, Dennis. And money is scaling to a level that when it pushes in one direction, it puts pressure on the opposite end. What that means, Dennis, as the elite earn more, the numbers at the bottom become oblivious. So now $50,000 don't mean nothing, Dennis. And talking about black men being in the middle class, where does that rank with men of other groups? Dennis, y'all in competition with women. Where does the black man's middle class rank with other men? I'm sure you'll find the stats and statistics. Because you know this is man versus man, right? This is patriarchy. Patriarchy is about man versus man, Dennis. Not man versus woman. For the black man, it's man versus woman. For men around the world, specifically those men that have a Iceman origin, right? It's man versus man. And the way that men compete with each other is with money. It's a money fight. It's a resource fight. So while this lawyer is making these black men in the middle class feel good about themselves, what's the reality though? And what does black men being in the middle class mean in the grand scheme of things? Nothing. Dennis, there's not even products sold and marketed directly to black men. Not even really a market for real. If you ask the average black man what is the name brand of his do-rag, he can't tell you. If you ask the average black man what is the name of his brush that he uses, he can't tell you. Jordan's is not a black man product. What is the products created exclusively for black men? Dennis? You know why corporations target black women? Because black women are in the market. That's what y'all hate. Goldman Sachs. Yeah, because they're looking at the future projections, Dennis. Now, you're the lawyer. You're not a money dude, right? Because when I go to your content, Dennis, you ain't talking about no paper, right? So you ain't talking about black men products unless there's some hidden content I don't know about. You ain't talking about how to scale a business. What you talking about? This your content. Ghetto gaggers on the plantation. Like, the fact that you even worded that like that is crazy. Lets me know a little bit about your mindset, brother. We're not even on Mr. Spurling no more. We on Dennis now. Because you cussed at me earlier.
Who are vested in the well-being of this country, who are vested in the security of this country, who have families, who have lives that they've built. Decent, hardworking black men outnumber you low-life scoundrels. And we're tired of being lumped in and being forced to save you no good motherfuckers.
When did y'all save? When did y'all save? Somebody tell me, when did they reach in to save?
Now, since they won't allow us to separate from you, other actions are required.
Who's they, Dennis? This is talking from a position of weakness. Listen how it sounds. They won't let us. Who's they? Who's they? Who won't allow you to separate from us? Who's they, Dennis? You mean to tell me you can't move to a different area, Dennis? You know you don't have to listen to the content you listen to online, Dennis. Who is the they? Now, whoever they is, that's what I call a fucking man. That's a man. Hell yeah. You mean the they are stopping you from doing what you really want to do? Dennis, how come you're not competing with them? You want to do something, right? But they won't let you. Why is your smoke not to the they, Dennis? Why are you talking to the Pookies? The Pookies aren't stopping you. The they are stopping you. Hold on, Dennis. Who's the they? Listen how you sound, fam. I never talk like this. Ever. The they are stopping you from doing something. Dennis, yo smoke is not with the Pookies and it's not with the women, fam. Yo smoke is to whoever they are. See, when you start to talk about they, the complexion begins to change and you don't want no smoke with them. They won't let you.
And the only thing that keeps good black men from destroying you, Pookie and Ray Rays, in the community, who've been destroying our community, is the law. We can change those laws. We can change those laws, and everybody supports us on changing those laws. Stand your ground. You see that man get choked out in the subway and they barely wanted to arrest him. They're changing. Now, whether you believe it's right or wrong, there was a pause there as to whether or not the guy should even be arrested. Things are changing. There's going to be a time where we can also take law into our own hands, under the law. Things are changing. And you need to consider that.
Now that's interesting. Y'all. Dennis is talking about taking the law into his own hands when it comes to Pookies and Ray Rays. Right? Dennis. There is a history of lynching in America. So you're going to, just so I'm clear, you mentioned bullets and everything and violence. And you're going to take matters into your own hands when it comes to Pookies and these black men that are destroying the community. Yeah? Dennis, there's a history of lynching in America, fam. No smoke. They bomb churches, Dennis, with little black girls in them, Dennis. But you're going to give smoke to me, to the Pookies? That's who you gonna squabble with? But America has a history of castrating black men, putting their genitalia in their mouth, right? Successful black men at that, with acres of land, right? Bombing churches. Open smoke. Open smoke. But you're going to take matters into your own hands when it comes to the Pookies. That is interesting.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Y'all make sure y'all hit the #1 button.
Dennis got some church music right there. Okay.
Our women.
1 second. All right.
Make sure y'all hit the #1 button.
Back.
Show your love by hitting the thumbs up button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Big shout out to everybody who's contributed to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. Corey Joey said, hit the damn like button, people. I think I already got you in there. But thank you so much. Here's the thing. We've discussed the Pookie aspect of this young brother, right? And I believe his name is Ken Brilliant or Ken Billion. I'm not.
Now he don't know my name.
Ken, I don't know if it's Brisbane or Billion, because there's been different information. And again, this is a fight for the soul of Black America. It's not just about me as a personality or this individual as a
Real quick, I don't even want to spend no time on it. I just need 3 people that have been rocking with me for a minute to tell me, what do I deal with on my channel? He said this is a fight for the souls of Black America. Is that what I talk about? Just real quick, I just need some witnesses. I don't want to say what I talk about on here. I need people that rock with me, right? To tell me what it is that I talk about on my channel. Oh, okay. Okay. I just want to be clear, right? Now, Dennis, this is interesting. I'm showing you women, Dennis, because you're about to have a lot of smoke for the lovely ladies, right? Now, you mean to tell me on my channel with women watching, I'm talking with them about how they can self-improve, and we use the laws of accountability? Interesting. Okay, I just wanted to make sure, y'all, because Dennis thinks this is a fight for the souls of Black folks. That's his fight. That ain't my fight. We not fucking with that over here.
personality. It's like, what direction are we going to go? Are we going to keep still justifying this ratchet behavior that we see going on? And let me just, I want to show you what this gentleman is defending. These are the lovely ladies he's defending.
Okay, look out, guys. Look out, look out, look out.
All right, so that's the behavior that this man is offended. I don't.
When have I ever defended that? That's not slander? That's a bold-faced lie. When have I ever defended that? We don't even move like that. Dennis, Why would I say something like that? And I started this conversation with no disrespect to Dennis. If you look in the chat, Dennis, no one has called you a name, no nothing. Now you disrespect the hell out these women. They have not called you one name. They ain't talk about nothing, Dennis. They have not said nothing about you. They're just listening. Now you say I defend that. If I defend shit like that, then you would see women in the chat saying, fuck what Ken say. I'ma go in on you. Why would you say that I defend that? Where on my resume have I ever stood next to something like that, Dennis? You know I'm a parent, sir. I don't condone that. We don't move like that over here, Dennis. Coin Gang is about class, bro. You see how I showed up? See, I respected your time. Ain't one hair out of place when I came to talk to you. How you show up talking to me? How you show up talking to me? You want to talk about what I defend? You ain't even come to me right. You came to me any kind of way like I'm just some regular nigga. And I'm not, bro. I made sure my shit was waved up, greased down, not a hair out of place. Right? Because you a professional man. But then you put my character to the men that you talking to like that's what I'm about. Like that's what I'm about. What he just showed. Nobody over here is about that, sir. This is about personal development, bro. So now you got the dudes that never heard of me that follow you thinking that that's what I'm about. Let me guess, that's masculine, right? That's masculine. That's a masculine thing to do, right? Interesting. It's funny that the Pookies come with a code, right? The only thing I'm gonna say you about is I do believe that you about this. I could be wrong, but that ain't even slander, Dennis. What you just said about me and that optics and that imagery, why would you put my name next to some clown shit like that? I would never do that to you, bro. Even on the thumbnail, I got you in your suit, Dennis. Because even though we disagree, you still a man, right? We just going at it, but you still a man. I ain't gonna call you out your name. I ain't gonna sex play you, Dennis. See, why is the Pookie coming through with a code and handling you like you wouldn't handle me, Dennis? And you older than me, Dennis.
I don't want to put too much out there. You guys have seen it. But these are the queen mother goddesses that he's defending. These are not the women 1910s, 1920s. That's not them. This is a whole new set of modern women who are above chastisement, who have never been told, have never been under the tutelage of a man, a strong man. Their mothers ran the men off oftentimes. These are not, they have no rules. The government is their father. They don't pay attention.
What kind of men is getting ran off by women? That's what I can't get with. This is weak talk to me. What kind of man is getting ran off by women? How you getting ran off? Did you get run off before the kid or after the kid? So you had a baby with somebody and then they ran you off? Oh, you couldn't deal with her attitude? Choose better. I thought men are logical, Dennis. So when it come to picking women, now you're emotional? I thought it was Men are logical. So why, when it comes to picking the proper woman to have a child with, y'all can't seem to get that straight? Do you know why? It's because you mate from the neck up, Dennis. You know what Minister Farrakhan taught us back in the day? That there's 3 sciences that the black man will never know. You know what they are? The science of war, the science of business, and the science of mating. Minister Farrakhan told us back in the day that the opposition mates from the neck up. Dennis, you the type to wife up a woman because how she looks. I'm the type to wife up a woman how she thinks. We're different. If I have a child with a woman, it's based off something intrinsic. It's not based on something outer, Dennis. You don't bring children in the world based on how a person looks. That's irresponsible, Dennis. So those men that you're talking about that got ran off by women, why is it the woman's fault? Why can't he just be weak? Why we got to put it on her? How solid is the dude? Is it possible, Dennis? I don't give a damn if you got 60,000 subscribers. Is it possible a lot of them are clowns? Is that possible? Is it possible that some of them just ain't man enough, Dennis? Is that possible? 2 things can be true, right? Okay, cool. So let's just say those women are unruly, blah, blah, blah. Cool, all right. Is it possible at the same time that the man just ain't man enough? He just don't cut it in terms of his word and his character, right? Is that possible? Or is just these black men being bullied by women? Now, if that's possible, I'm over there. I don't represent that, Dennis.
To respect, or they don't respect authority. These are the women that we're dealing with. These are the women that this man is defending. And so my question to you, brothers, whose side are you on? Are you going to be on the side of progress? And let me clarify something. The man, well, let me say it like this. It's a waste of time talking to men like this. Ken is a slick, streetwise brother who found his lane with women on Facebook. That's just it in a nutshell.
You heard him, right? Dennis said, I found my lane with women on Facebook. Okay, Dennis. Here's my demographics on Facebook. 65% men. No, Dennis, I found my lane with weak black men. I figured out what content that they go to, and I keep on doing it, and it makes me a shit ton of money because I'm monetized, Dennis. I listen to y'all talking points, and then I critique your talking points. Am I talking to every man? No, I am not. I am talking to men that talk from a position of weakness. I'm talking from the men that are in y'all space. What content do I make for women? Dennis, here's my demographics. Look at me making father content. You see the views? Videos highlighting young black inventors and black men. The video on the right is a 73-year-old black man that does nothing but juice. Right? I did a video on him. How many views? 5,000. But what do they want to see though? Ayanna Van Zant coddles black man. I did that the other day. You see that? 44,000. White woman tells the harsh truth about her black boyfriend. You see the views? Shocking, right? Look at me triggering the algorithm. The reason modern men don't want Western women. That's what the men want to see. Instead of not clicking, y'all click it, then talk shit about me. But I know what you're going to do. You see, Dennis, I don't have one of the key problems that are baked into Black America with rejection. Y'all can talk about my cock eye, right? Let me look in the camera. See, my cock eye is blind, right? I let y'all talk about it because it triggers the algorithm, Dennis. I'm really blind. Did you know that, Dennis? And your black men that you cater for, do you know they come talk about a handicapped person, Dennis? Does it matter how no one never thought how that makes me feel, huh? What if days where I'm on the edge and I sign on and these black men who I only critique their talking points are talking about something that I can't change? Dennis, I'm actually blind. Did you know that? I can't see. That's why I wear glasses on camera, Dennis, right? It's possible that I put so much pressure on this eye, Dennis, I might go blind as I age, Dennis. I might need to learn Braille. But I have such dark humor. I want them to talk about me. You know why? Because it makes me money. There's ads on the video, Dennis. I'm that sick and twisted where I want these men to disrespect me so I can get some money. Meanwhile, I never disrespect them, Mr. Spurling. These are the black men that you align yourself with. These are the good black men. Mr. Spurling, it's not the Pookies that come talk about my handicap. It's the good black men. It's those middle class black men that you keep talking about. There's nothing good about y'all. Because you don't commit crime. The reason why you don't commit crimes, you ain't built for that shit. It's not because you're good, right? Because you can't exist in that world. It's not you're a good man. Good men don't use shaming language. The same shit y'all Kevin Samuel said, right? Black men do it too. You don't like what I said? Hey, look at your eye, you simp. Damn, bro. For real? Why don't you deal with what I said? Shout out to the good black men though, right? It's all about the algorithm though. See, I know the instructions that these men are putting in. I know what they want to see. Right? They want to see Keisha content. My following is not women, it's men. Surprise, Dennis. You didn't know that, did you? You really thought that I had a woman following. No. It's women that comment in the chat. But the primary people watching the content are men. Surprise, Mr. Spurling.
This is the panderer side I'm talking about. We dealt with the Pookie side. You see why Pookie is motivated to attack brothers like me. And you black men have to determine who it is that you're going to listen to, who it is that you're going to follow. I'm not your leader. I'm just simply making suggestions. My life speaks for it. A successful black man who runs his own business, never been in trouble with the law, a father, a business owner, a homeowner, well-rounded, or you going to listen to a Pookie? That's the question that you have to answer. And on top of that, you get the bonus fact of recognizing that I have a ghetto pass because I'm from the hood too. So I understand that.
Who says I got a ghetto pass? Someone from the hood don't say I got a ghetto pass. And why did Dennis need to say that? That's some Pookie shit. Why did Dennis need to say that he has a ghetto pass? Who from the ghetto says I got a ghetto pass? A ghetto pass is something that you would give an outsider. Someone that is from Section 8, from welfare, from that shit. You don't got no, that you just go to your mama's house. You just pull up to your auntie house, your grandmama's house. What you mean? Yo, grandmama been living there for years. You don't need a pass for that. Who would say something like that? The man said he had a ghetto pass and he needed to put that in there to prove that he's down. So he's talking about the Pookie, but then has to throw in the ghetto shit. Come on, Dennis. Come on, bro. Why couldn't you just be all that stuff you said? Why did you need to throw that in there? Dennis, we deal with psychology over here. Dennis, we are effective listeners, bro. Why did you need to say that you got a ghetto pass? Because you ain't from that shit. Not for real, for real. Because you wouldn't need a pass to go to your granny house, bro. You would just pull up. Who wants a ghetto pass? Why you need that? Because you know, Dennis, in Black America, if you don't really got that edge to you, ain't nobody gonna fuck with you. You need to say some shit like that. I'll never say none shit like that, Dennis. Now, Dennis said he's a homeowner, he's a businessman, he just ran down his credentials, right? So you expect a man that has those kind of credentials, wouldn't you expect them to show up a certain type of way? This Dennis, look at his content. These lying assholes, the absent father, the absent black father is a myth. Look at his spelling. Protecting our image from these horrible ladies. Black men getting the F away from these hoe ass in the U.S. Passport bros escape from Blackistan. Now, Dennis just ran his resume down to us with all that great stuff. Why that don't show up on your content, Dennis? And why am I doing content like this? How to escape the minority mindset. Modern people fear personal development. The psychology of tunnel vision. The parasitic ego. Algorithm supremacy. The shadow self. Be in the world of it, Dennis. Make that make sense. This is my conversations when I'm talking to men, Dennis. Man sharpens man. Know thyself unapologetically. The becoming. I'm a high school dropout, Dennis. I'm a whole felon, Dennis. I sold dope before, Dennis. I've been in the trenches before, Dennis. That's not what I wanted as a kid. I was an innocent boy. That environment hits you soon as you go outside. And when your parents don't prepare for you, Dennis, you hit the grind. Think I wanted to go to jail, Dennis? I played with G.I. Joes like the rest of the boys. I played Sonic the Hedgehog. I used to be at the arcade, Dennis, playing Street Fighter. You think I wanted to do that? Think a lot of these boys want to go down that path? You know why they go down that path? Because where y'all at? I hear you talking. Where you and your brothers at, though? Y'all the one with the access to capital. Y'all have alignments with the king, Dennis. This is y'all, Dennis. Alpha Pi, Alpha, fraternity, Alpha Kappa, Alpha, Kappa Alpha. This the Divine Nine. You talking about Pookie, but y'all the one that has access to the king, Dennis. These people don't talk about personal development. They do race talk. As if they have taken an oath to the race. They haven't. Dennis, this your peoples, Dennis. You talking about Pookies, but y'all gang. I told you. I warned you. Dennis, I punch up, Dennis. You know Mike Tyson punch out? Lil Mac, what's my man name? You know how he punch up? That's me. I punch up, Dennis. I big game hunt, Dennis. I'm a problem. I'm one of those dudes. Hey, don't say nothing to him. Just let him do his shit. Don't say nothing to him. You know why, Dennis? It's because in real life, I really am a student. I really put my humanity on the table. Y'all put gang signs on the table. You got the nerve to talk about Pookie. You got the nerve to run your big fat mouth. Huh. But I know what it really is hitting for and what you're really about. You can't say nothing about no Bloods, Crips, Vice Lords, GDs. Y'all gang too. This y'all big homie for real, for real. This y'all big homie. Dennis, it's not your big homie. You want me to tell the people who that man is? Because you said you for the hearts and the minds of black people, right? So are you educating the black America about the real history of America and how you really scale in America and what it's really about? Good black man? That's Prince Hall, y'all. This is who? Him, Kevin Samuels, all of them. This they big homie. Prince Hall. But you talking about Pookies and Ray Rays. Stop it with me, Dennis. Stop it. Ain't this the Boule sign? Look at all that symbolism there. But they show up as Christian men, though. Right? Those are pagan symbols, though. Right? And for Dennis to be so blackety black, why are they showing up Greek? But y'all see that urn right there? And you see that paw over the urn? What you think is for? What you think is in there? What you think is in there? Secrets. What's the secret? Their main character in their lodge is a gentleman by the name of Hiram Abiff. Hiram Abiff is supposed to be a master builder. One day, 3 ruffians want to get the secrets from Hiram Abiff. He won't tell them. They hit him in the head, throat, heart, right? When you're looking in this pail right here, secrets of master building. Now there's a huge secret that is plaguing black America, and it has to deal with the head, the throat, and the heart, right? And it deals with identity. The biggest secret in so-called black America is your nationality. Now, Mr. Spurling talks about how he's on a reparations board now, right? The biggest secret in black America was in that pail, the head, getting hit in the head, throat, and heart. What that represents is North, Central, and South America. The secret of your nationality. The secret is you are not Negro, black, or colored. The secret is many of you didn't come over here on those slave ships. That is a huge secret because that deals with your identity. And that identity is one thing that is plaguing black America, looking for meaning outside of a slavery narrative. Those brothers in the lodge have your secrets. They keep having you fight a black fight. But black is not a nation. You cannot give reparations to a color. Reparations are given to nations, not crowns. The reason why they want to keep you fighting black is to keep you not focused on law and politics. Keep you away from etymology. Keep you away from understanding language. They want power over you. So they constantly keep you in racial conversations instead of personal development. That's what's in that pill. Your identity. Because the moment that y'all don't need no so-called black leadership no more, and you take a hold of your family, your health, your finances, the churches will dry up. These podcasts will dry up. See, personal development, the ministry I deal with, is forever. Because we're always going to need personal development in something. But you don't need me for personal development, though. You don't need me. There may come a time where you're not interested in my content anymore. That's okay. I promise you, that's okay. Go be great, yo. This ain't about following no leaders. If you can't find the video, he strike me channel. One of them strike my channel. I won't be surprised, and I won't even fight it. I'll never mention Mr. Spurling again, as long as we seen it. That's all that matters. We don't need everybody, as long as you know and I know. Because this is smoke that he don't want. Because I'm not a dummy. And I'm not part of any organizations. So I can show up how I want with no fear. And I don't care about no blue check. And if I lose a channel, I come from the mud. I will build it back better. Just know, if you can't find this video, because you got to understand something. These symbols and signs that I'm telling you about, don't you think for 1 second people don't have a problem with what I'm saying. There's people watching this video now. Don't go off the view count. There's people watching this shit from the cloud. Yo, I'm an enemy. I'm an enemy. This is you don't come at the square, yo. You don't come at these people. You feel me? So just know.
And I'm trying to get more you black men to the place that I am. Now, fortunately, like I said, it's 63% of you have done it on your own. But the question you have to ask yourself at this point is who are you going to continue to allow speaking on behalf of black men? That's the question that you brothers have to ask yourself. Who are you going to follow? Now, again, like I said, it's a waste of time talking to one of these panderers because we talking not only a Pookie, but we talking about a Pookie panderer.
Pookie.
And as I said before, this brother is sweet streetwise. He's slick with it. He found a lane on Facebook, and he's got plenty of women following him. And
Dennis said, I found a lane on Facebook. Now, mind you, my video was 7 minutes. Dennis had to talk for 40-something minutes just to get to the video. He had to build the narrative and storytell, right? But Dennis said I found a sweet spot on Facebook, and I got all these women following me. Can y'all make sure y'all screenshot that for me, please? So, just so I'm clear, right? I got all these women following me, right? Now, look at my biggest following of men. It's between the ages of 35 and 44. Then that's Dennis said, I got all these women. Okay. All right. Now, mind you, I came in late on the video, but he talked for 40 something minutes. He had to build the story on me. Beware of people in suits, y'all. Beware of the suit guy, right? Edward Barnett is a suit guy. Edward Barnett, y'all, is the father of propaganda. Edward Barnett is the reason why women smoke cigarettes. Edward Barnett is also the reason why they say breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Edward Barnett got in bed with the meat industry. That's why we eat sausage and bacon for breakfast. Did y'all know that? Beware of the suit man. Harry Kissinger, suit man. Secretary of State for the Nixon administration. Suit man. Right? What did he say? Nixon wants a massive bombing campaign in Cambodia. He doesn't want to hear anything about it. It's an order to be done. Anything that flies on anything that moves. Henry Kissinger, not playing. He's a suit man. It's not a matter of what is true that counts, but a matter of what is perceived to be true. Didn't Dennis do this to me? He said that I aligned with those kind of women that we seen fighting. Dennis is also doing propaganda. I have the book Propaganda, Dennis, by Edward Barnett. The father of propaganda. The father of basically media manipulation. Dennis, you did that to me. I don't take it personal, bro. That's what the good black man in the suit does. I don't look at you as a brother. I don't do the blackity back shit. You're a human being. That's the game. The game is the game, Dennis. I don't take it personal. But this is what you do to me. Right? It's not a matter of what is true that counts, but a matter of what is perceived to be true. That's what you did with me to your following. You made it seem like I was a certain kind of guy. Okay, fair enough.
Signing on what he's saying, and they're going to keep doing that. He panders because this is how he's eating, and there's nothing I or anyone can do that will convince this man to give up what's helping provide for his living. There's nothing I can do about it. But the thing is, this goes back to the Pookie thing. These Pookies are used to preying upon the black community. They sell dope, and I'm not talking about this individual. They sell dope, they murder, they kill, they rob. They don't have a problem with selling out the black community. That's what they do. And so, of course, he would be sensitive about me bringing up a conversation where I'm talking about black women selling out black people. Most of these low-life drug dealers, they sell their soul for dope to their own people.
Dennis, I'm going to be surgical with you the way you was with me. And how when you got to my video, you just kept stopping it. So I'm going to return the favor, right? Dennis, you talk about selling out the people. There are no bigger sellouts than... There's no bigger sellouts. What are you talking about, Dennis? Now, y'all remember them gang signs I'm talking about? Because Dennis said, I'm a sellout. The Pookies are selling out. The dope dealers. Now, this is Divine Nine hair gestures. Pay close attention, right? Now, I'm linking all of these people to Prince Hall. I'm linking them to Boulay. Now pay attention to the hand gestures, because Dennis said he was speaking about sellouts. Dennis, is that you? Your hand gestures look familiar. Dennis? Now you was talking about selling out, but you gang though. Hold on, Dennis. You talking about selling out? You throwing up them signs, ain't you? You and your boy. You gotta watch them men in suits, yo. Come on, Dennis. You character assassinated me, because I'm not that kind of guy that you made it seem like to those thousands of black men. But that's you throwing up them fraternity signs though, Dennis. Hold on, let's run it back. These are your high value men, ladies. These are the men that y'all, I need, you talking their talking points because you want to get a high value man, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I'm not tripping, right? That's a real picture of Dennis and Kevin. What hand signs are they throwing up? Now I'm not saying these brothers are doing anything nefarious, but what's the difference between your gang and the Rolling 60s? What's the difference between your gang and the GDs? What's the difference? The difference is y'all in corporate America, they in the street. What makes you more good than the dudes in the street that's throwing up signs? What's the difference? Y'all don't touch dope. Y'all do other shit though. Y'all have technology, Dennis. Sellouts, huh? Okay. I hear you, Mr. Spurling.
So they don't mind selling out. They're the biggest sellouts in the black community. So what else you expect him to do? A leopard doesn't change his spots. Once a Pookie, he's still a Pookie. He ain't had that moment. He's a hypocrite. Like the preachers. They've been lying to black women about the Lord's word for 80, 90, 100 years, and they're getting paid for it. And as long as you keep lying to black women, you're going to make millions and millions of dollars. These Pookies and these panderers, specifically the panderers, they read a few books, not necessarily that they truly understand them, but they read a few books.
That's called a backhanded compliment, Mr. Spurling. Yeah, they read a few books, but they don't understand it. That's called a backhanded compliment.
And they understand the problems in the black community. They going through relationship issues.
True.
They know they have communication issues,
True.
betrayal.
Been through all that.
The hypergamous nature of women. They understand that gangster thug life. They know that it can't be something. There's nothing positive about the fact that we've had 20+ million baby deletions.
Why y'all act like y'all care about babies? First off, let me say, there have been some abortions that have saved my life. Why when y'all frame this abortion argument, how come y'all act as though a lot of women didn't get an abortion for the man? Yo, I ain't ready for this. You know what I'm saying? Why y'all front like that? Y'all talk a lot of shit about these women, right? For a woman to abort a child, right? Because of pressure from a guy. Y'all don't know what it's like to have a life inside of y'all. Do y'all know what happens in that room? Y'all talk a lot of shit, yo. I personally had women go to Planned Parenthood for me. That was for me. These same chicks y'all talking about. These same women that y'all dragging, I personally have had situations where they went through something traumatizing, not for them, for me. But y'all frame the argument like a lot of women didn't go through with a pregnancy just because. They're just ruining black life. No. There's dudes giving them abortion money, Dennis. And y'all don't even know what to do with the babies that y'all have now. What would y'all do with 20 extra million? Remember, you're talking about the Pookies and Ray Rays. So if there were 20 million extra people, Dennis, where would they be? At the top of the pyramid or at the bottom of that pyramid? I'm a simp and I'm a panderer because I can empathize with a woman. They are human, Dennis. Human, yo. We go to school with them. We ride the bus, Dennis. Dennis, I grew up in hip hop culture. We listen to albums together. Y'all are about division. I'm not. I'm the homie. Black women are my friends. I don't need to pander them. If I say the wrong thing, they will say, Ken, you want some bullshit. What are you talking about, bro? Do you know why I can correct a homegirl? That's trust. Because I done put my flaws on the table, Dennis. And I ain't coming here like I'm super nigga, Dennis. And I did the most blasphemous thing that a man could do. I look at a woman's humanity. I'm a panderer for that? Because I don't have a production of a woman? Because a woman could take her wig off around me, Dennis? You threw that 20 million baby deletions out there like, that's so messed up to frame that argument like that. But you the good black man though. But we can hear your language through this whole video, Dennis. You don't sound like a good man at all. What's the difference between you and me? I'm the Pookie. You the professional man. You don't have professional language. High value man though, right? High value man. You can't have no humanity. You can't have no compassion. Got you. Huh.
In the black community since 1971, they understand this. They gotta understand it's an out of wedlock birth rate issue. And my question is, and paternity fraud, clearly that's a problem. Black on black violence, many of them have a firsthand foot in making that the problem it is. All of this has been plaguing the black community for decades. And let me say it like this. We understand and you understand that benevolence and false hope and pandering to these lovely ladies who are at the center of the problem has never solved or generated a lasting beneficial outcome. And it's not going to work now. Talking to people like this is a waste of time. You cannot rationalize with an ideology based on feelings.
Our core principles are 10 laws of accountability. Now, mind you, if you go to Dennis's page, he has way more views than me, right? This is a longer video he was talking about me. He's assassinated my character. He said there's no rationalizing with no one like me. Why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it be? He has thousands of men thinking that I'm this dude that is. But Dennis, I'm the same dude. When I started this video, I said nobody disrespect Dennis. So there's no rationalizing with me. You assassinated my character in front of thousands of men, Dennis. I'm not that dude. I'm not that dude that you portrayed me to be to your thousands of men. And none of them questioned it. They took your word for it. So if they see me in the street, I travel, Dennis. They think I'm this dude. I'm not that guy. No worries.
But I do find it amazing that he can rationalize the betrayal of black women as outlined in those books that I highlighted.
Here we go.
Now, see, I made an observation in that literature. And my question was, why are black women so unappreciative? And in doing so, my question was not necessarily the disloyalty, because if they were more appreciative, they would be less disloyal. That's the thing you have to understand. He didn't get to that part of it. Nevertheless, let's go ahead and bring the actual video up. And what we'll do is we'll just break it all the way down. You understand me? Y'all hit the #1 button, show your appreciation. Make sure you guys hit the #1 button. I'm gonna go ahead and bring this up, and we're gonna break it down line by line, so that you guys.
I'm grateful because let me put it in context for you. When I read Chancellor Williams' book,
now be clear, it took Dennis 59 minutes to get to my 6-minute video. All right, he had to walk me down. Right, all right. So this is the video that Dennis is talking about me. I reviewed his video where he's talking slick about black women, right? Never disrespected this man, none of that. I'm talking about what he says.
Let me know if you can hear the sound. Chancellor Williams' book, Destruction of Black Civilization, something that I read probably when I was 16, 17, and reread it again in college and reread it again after I became a lawyer. So this is not something that's unknown. This book has been around for decades now, but let's keep listening.
Destruction of Black Civilization.
Just real quick. You mean this? You mean this right here? Maybe I didn't like your angle, Dennis, because I know the literature and I know the kind of men you're talking to, Dennis. You ain't talking to righteous men, Dennis. You ain't talking to healed men, Dennis. But you talking about this book right here, right, fam? Right? Hmm? Hmm? Hmm. Hmm. So let me ask you a question, Karen. I rocks with you the long way. But the question I ask you is, why would I be high value if it wasn't for the comfort having my way? 80-20% rule. Most of us are good men. 20% that you seek don't want them. What does this comment say? Hold on. I'm interested in that comment. You said, I'm going to read your comment, Mike. I caught it with my good eye. You said, I rock with you, blah, blah, blah. Most of us are good men. 20% that they seek don't want them now. Or are that 20%? I don't know what you meant. Maybe so more than likely say you're not. Nigga just win. And as they... What? But what you're not going to do is bash the 80% and trust women is real. Men in the 20% that talk like this is full of it. We love our options. We should, but... Huh? You rock with me, but anything after the but, fam, that's talking from a position of weakness. How can I bash 80% of men? How can I bash you? I don't even know you. I don't even know you. Don't align with weak talk, fam. If the shoe fits, wear it. If it don't apply, let it fly. I can't bash you. I don't know power over your decisions. I don't even know you. How can I bash you? This is weak black man talk. I'm sorry. Can't no man bash me that ain't personally talking to me. Now, Dennis did because he character assassinated me. He said my name. But when somebody says black man, I don't automatically be like, ooh, you must be talking to me. Ooh, hell no. I'm an individual. I'm not a group of people. Sorry, bruh. Talk from a position of power, bro. But, Dennis, I have destruction of black civilization. Okay?
I noticed that when the northern invaders came down, black women opened themselves up, allowed themselves to be impregnated.
Now, when I talk about black women, I'm talking about African women. And specifically, we're talking about the Arab and the European invaders who came down and invaded Africa. There are some other books I suggest you all read. One of those books is The Tragic Mulatto. And if you read that book, it will really help you understand the quagmire that these mixed children are placed in. The vast majority of the freed slaves, oftentimes, well, I'm not going to say the vast majority, freed slaves, the ones that were freed during antebellum slavery, were oftentimes the offspring, and oftentimes the female offspring of their of the white masters. You see what I mean? Women have always leveraged what they had, their charms and their wills and whatnot, but not all women. And my problem fundamentally is, and I'm kind of skipping ahead, how can you be the strongest women on the planet if you didn't do what the women in Vietnam did? If you didn't do what the Queen of Ethiopia did when the Italians were coming to invade? How can you be the strongest women on the planet if you didn't do what Anna Cahoa did, the last great queen of the Taino Indians, when the Spanish came and invaded the Greater Antilles? You're not the strongest women. You typical, basically. Basic, if nothing else. Let's keep listening.
Damn. You're typical. You're not strong like other women. Okay, Dennis. So can I be fair? Dennis, the black male in America has the same religion as men that lynch them. You can't talk about black women, Dennis. Your name is Dennis. Hold on. See, because you have a way of talking that is very interesting to me. Your last name is Spurling, right? German or Dutch? Richard Spurling, who landed in Virginia. You from this line of people, Dennis. Now you called these women typical and you compared them to other women. Dennis, you are in a German Dutch name and you ain't correct your status. You are in another man's name, Dennis. You talking about mulatto? Dennis, have you seen yourself? Didn't I tell you I punch up? You go at women. I go at you. Hold on, Dennis. Your last name is Spurling. How did you get your name again? But you call these women typical? You don't feel no type of way that your father or someone in your family has this last name. But you talking about women, and you talking about you gonna go do such and such with the Pookies, yet you are running around in a name based on being a prisoner of war. Ain't that a bitch? Y'all got some nerve. See, it's people scared to talk to the black man like, I ain't. I'm gonna come dead at you. You can call me whatever you want. You going to hell, I'll go with you. Let's go together. But what you ain't gonna do is you're not gonna punch down at women. Do they need their own personal development? Hell yeah. But it can't come from you because you ain't righteous, Dennis. You're not a righteous man. So the correction and the critique can't come from you. You lack compassion. You started this out by saying, basically the women are just giving themselves to the invaders. Yo, you know what kind of mindset you gotta be in to think like that? That's what you think about these women? You'll look for anything when it comes to them, right? This your content, bro. You can't do this work. You talking about this about the hearts and minds of the people. Yo, you gotta have compassion, Dennis. You talk real slick. You call them lovely ladies and then you cut their head off after. There's nothing good about you, Dennis. You a nig just like everybody else. I don't give a damn about your degree or none of that. That don't mean you a solid man, Dennis. That don't mean you a homie. That don't mean you a friend. That don't mean none of that. Look how you talk, dog. This your content. This ain't content of a good man. Look how you spell. Look at your subject matter. And you professional. You talking about these women though? And that's the thing about the modern woman. The modern woman is not gonna let you pull a beam out of her eye when you got one in your eye, Dennis. You know why I'm good with the homegirls? Because everything they did, I did. They did drugs, I did. They some hoes, I'm some hoes. They got it in, I got it in. Over here, we same. So when they see me, it's a salute. Like, you look familiar, Ken. You know what it is. It's respect. Your whole last name is Spurling. You are in another man's name, but you got smoke for everybody else except you know who? Stop it, 5. My man Dennis.
Raised the invaders' children, and it was that same buffer class of children that turned on their African family their mother's family, the indigenous Africans, and allowed those northern invaders to come in and take over what we have now as Africa, basically a conquered continent.
That is specifically what Chancellor Williams pointed out. It was that buffer class. It was that mulatto class. The children they sided with their fathers. What does that tell you? That's traitorous, isn't it? It's treachery. They chose. They chose to go with what? They chose to go with the European invaders and the Arab invaders as opposed to what? They're African. It shows that they're unappreciative of what they had in Africa. Here you are being raised in Africa. You got some foreign invader who don't want to have nothing to do with you. You just like these Chinese children, these half African, half Chinese children, that all these Chinese are coming over there impregnating all these African women. What do you think they're going to grow up and be? They're going to grow up and they're also going to be unappreciative. And they're going to side with their fathers. And Africa will repeat the same wrong. You can go to some of these countries right now in West Africa. There are still Africans with the last name of the European invaders.
What? Dennis. Who are you talking about to have the last name of the European invaders? Dennis, this is your last name. What are you talking about? Why are you talking about women? You are a man in another man's name. What? You a lawyer? You got the money, right? You don't have to go by this last name. You can change your entire name, Dennis. You are walking around in another man's name based on an invader being invaded. But you're talking about women and how they should conduct themselves after an invasion. How would you even know what that's like? I come at y'all men, y'all specifically, not every man, y'all, because y'all out of line. You call people panderers and simps, so it takes the humanity away from person, so people don't listen to them. It's no different than someone calling, oh, that's a suspect or an insurgent. These words carry spells. We know that words create worlds. So when y'all use certain type of language, like you use language to me, to the men that follow you, what it does is it strips me of my humanity. So when I talk, the men already have this ideal in their head about me that's not true. I'm not none of that. But what you are, Dennis, is foul. You foul, my G. Everything you're talking about boggles my mind. You're in another person's name. You ain't do nothing about that. You talking about often Pookies and Ray Rays when this country has a history of lynching. You ain't do nothing about that, right? What's your smoke history, Dennis? Because you talking a lot. You talk about just often dudes. You like, what's your smoke history, bro? Do you have a history of smoke? Do you got a history of running down on somebody? You know what it's like to put a knife in somebody, Dennis? You know the feeling of that? You know what it's like to buck 50 your face? What you talking about, Dennis? You know what it's like when somebody put in work and they come pass you the gun to do something with it? They shirt all bloody? Because the way you talk, I thought you was a professional. Now you are telling women what they should do when they're invaded. Got you. Because you would know.
Who came down, married into those African families with those women, which is talked about in the in the book Daughters of the Trade. They still carry those last names, and they're proud of them, and they help facilitate the African slave trade. Why is it that you did not love your own people and your own self enough that you would want to actively marry in with these foreign invaders who are enslaving your people? This is the question. Don't you love your black self enough, your black selves, your African selves, to recognize what you have here is better? I don't think so. And we see it happening all the time. Black women don't even love their skin color. They don't love their own texture of their hair. And they teach that to their children. They don't love their communities. They don't even love their own men. Why is that you're so unappreciative of your own men? That is a fucking question that needs to be answered before you get black men or any men to come back to the table and take black women serious.
What table, Dennis? Again, this is talking from a position of weakness. Now, what dude is this for? Black women don't love their skin tone. This is dangerous. Why? Is it dangerous because Dennis don't have a freedom of speech? Dennis has a freedom of speech. He should be able to talk, even if people disagree. Dennis said that black women don't even respect the black man. They don't even like their skin tone, all that. Then it got me to thinking, what does black men respecting black women look like? Now, hold on. Put a pin in that. Do you know who helped Assata Shakur get out the country? It was black men. Okay. There are black men that have done some noble things, put their life on the line, took care of other men's children, all that stuff. Salute to them. I am not talking about them right now. I am dealing specifically with the men that align themselves with this. Now, Dennis just said that black women don't like their skin tone and they don't respect men, blah, blah, blah. But Dennis, tell me why anytime a black man represents a black woman, they always look like this. Now pay attention. Everything Dennis just said, right? When a black man dresses up as a black woman, how come they never represent the girl that goes to Spelman? Shirley Chisholm ran for president. Why they never show that image? Dolores Tucker. Why they don't dress up like her? Now, look at the difference. When black men dressed up as white women, they came blonde. Look how they came. Look at the difference. When they dress up as black women, look how they are. When they dress up as white women, look how they are. Dennis. Can I get a whoa Dennis in the chat? Hashtag whoa Dennis. Because Dennis said it's these women, they don't even like their skin tone. Bro. For some reason, when y'all put that skirt on, why do you represent that black woman? No black women go to Grambling. No black women go to Clark Atlanta. No black women go to more. Like, none of that? Can I get a hashtag whoa Dennis in the chat? I need a whoa Dennis. Dennis, when it's time to dress up as a white woman, why y'all didn't come with like some Beverly Hillbillies? Look how you come. You make sure you come correct. Because they would be at your head. You represent they came as the Becky. Can I get a whoa Dennis in the chat? Dennis be tripping. That's how we see black women. Okay. Shirley Chisholm ran for president. You don't see that. Madam C.J. Walker. You don't see that. Maggie Walker. You don't see that. Mary McLeod. You don't see that. Condoleezza Rice. You don't see that. No. Okay. So that means you're talking specifically of a black woman from a certain class, right? Okay. From that same class, how does the black man look? Don't they look the same? Oh, okay. Or is black women just in a vacuum? Now, if you only see these kind of black women, wouldn't it be based on your personal algorithm? So this is how you see black women, and this is how you see white women. Yes? Got you. Got you. Okay. 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 I just want to be clear. If that's how y'all see black women, right? Clearly you're talking about class, right? The Wanda, the Sinead, that's a class. Okay. She has a brother and an uncle, right? And a father. Aren't they all from the same class? They probably talk the same, behave the same, act the same, right? Or no, just black women are developing in a vacuum away from the men? Got you. Copy. But I just want to tell you there was a black woman, a dark-skinned black woman that ran for president. Her name is Shirley Chisholm. She don't matter? Madam C.J. Walker don't matter? They don't matter? So you don't see black women like that though, right? You see black women as Cardi B. Why do you watch that? Why don't you see black women as Deborah Lee? Why don't you see black women as Sister Soldier? You don't have to see black women in this way. Y'all want to see them in this way. You don't have to look at this image. Y'all automatically go here. And you know what this tells me? That when y'all do this and y'all go here and y'all want to see this, y'all got a ratchet black woman inside of you that y'all are battling with. Let the ratchet woman out of you. Because that's the beef. That's what happens when you do the shadow work. You start to confront that other side, that deviant side. Because for y'all to go there all the time, there's something about that imagery y'all have in you.
You want to know why these brothers are going overseas? Because they're tired of the bullshit. They're tired of being disrespected and unappreciated. See, you, Mr. Ken Brisbane, you are not doing black people a favor. You are, in fact, an enemy of black progress. And that's what you are. And you're going to continue being an enemy of black progress. And the brothers are going to continue looking at you like that.
I don't want the brothers to be my homie. Dennis, I don't want to be friends with unrighteous men. What are you talking about? I don't want to be friends with dudes that argue from a position of weakness. I don't have to be a part of your group. I'm totally fine where I'm at, my G. Less is more, bro. Now, how am I an enemy to black people? If a black man is selling something for $10, I'll never come at him with $8. I will never have a child with a woman and not marry her. I don't do baby mamas, Dennis. I'm so cold with my shit, Dennis, that if I had a woman and I exercised my options like Kevin Samuels, and I had another woman and she got pregnant, we would all be part of one family. Because I don't do baby mamas. So I would eat crow. I would look foolish in front of my wifey, right? And tell her what I did. She got the option to leave, right? But I'm not Nick Cannon. I will never have 13 different baby mothers scattered in the country. I'm not that kind of man. With that kind of capital, you have all your people on one compound. That's man shit. If you're going to play the man game, do it for real. Do it for real. How am I bad for black women? What I do? I don't cheat nobody. You slandered me. Straight slandered me to thousands of men. That ain't bad. I'm not that dude. I'm a cool ass nigga. But you slander me. Only thing I did was critique your comments. You call me everything but a child of God, Dennis, which is fine. That the game is the game, right? I don't got baby mamas, Dennis. I haven't created a child and I'm absent from their life, Dennis. I'm bad? What are you? Look at what you're talking about, about black women. Then you drug me through the mud to your followers. But you're the good black man, though, right? Got you.
Because you're doing us a disservice. But let's keep listening.
I look at books like Daughters of the Trade, which took place in 1500 all the way, during the transatlantic slave trade. It was African women who allowed these Dutch and European slave traders to marry into those families. They literally took care of these men and helped conduct the slave trade. They would enslave men and women. And when I look at that, it's like, damn, I'm starting to see a pattern. All
right, so let me break this down. So The Daughters of the Slave Trade is a book that came out in a very recent time period. And it basically chronicles, there's an author that chronicles how Dutch and other European invaders, Dutch and other European businessmen, because at that point, that's all, they would basically marry into these African families willingly. You got women, yeah, sure, come on, Dutch man, come on down, I'll marry you. We'll bring you in. They'd even call them wives. They were just like the wife for there. They had a word for like the wife, but it was like, you're just my wife while I'm here. They had their own families back in these other countries. But basically, the thing you need to understand is that a white European man would not last a year on the African continent, on the west coast of Africa. There was malaria, there was mosquitoes. He wasn't prepared to deal with the environment. He wasn't prepared to deal with the heat. If it wasn't for these African women marrying these men and having their children and integrating them into the family, there would have been no slave trade. It was the family members who sent out and said, look, my son-in-law or my husband needs 100 slaves every month. And so they would send the African slave traders into the bush to go into the bush and bring Africans to the coast. White men weren't trekking through the African continent, capturing slaves in these random villages, which are sometimes off at spot. They weren't doing that. It was Africans who were going in, capturing slaves and bringing them back to these white European slaves. The white man was just the plug. You understand? Bring me the slaves, I give you the money. He was the plug. And so when we look at the history of the African slave trade, you got to understand that Africans had already had a slave trade going on. We got slave trade. Y'all slavery is different, but we got slaves nonetheless. Y'all want to take them through chattel slavery? Cool. Just give us the money. And that's how it went down. But it wouldn't have happened had it not been for these African women willingly marrying these men, having their children and taking care of them. My question is, why is that?
I even entertained what Dennis said because I deal with objectivity, so I even entertained it. And that's very nuanced, right? When you are catching an L in life, right? When you are behind the 8 ball as a family, people do shit. But just to say, allow, willingly, right? You think these women were just skipping, Dennis, to these men, just jolly like that? The ill shit is you need to believe that. And you're talking to thousands of men, Dennis. You have 60,000 subscribers, Dennis. This video that you did on me has over 10,000 views. Y'all need to see melanated women like that. Y'all feel so disrespected that even when you're talking about history, you're not going to talk about it from a nuanced perspective. You're just going to put it out there like, these tribal women who have been mating within their tribal dynamics for thousands of years, maybe even hundreds of thousands of years, one day just begin skipping to these men. Dennis, one thing you're forgetting is smell. Women oftentimes have a keen sense of smell, Dennis. The Europeans had a smell on them, Dennis. So you think that these women were skipping to men that they can smell from 20 feet away? A melanated woman's nose? You see how I just threw that in there? Context and nuance. Something simple, right? So the women were overriding their sense of smell. You never even would think of something like that. That's what we do at Abstract Ministry. We hear something and we sit with it and we let it process. But the fact that you can even talk like this though, and there's no compassion in the shit that you're saying. There's no, you don't want to study to learn. You need to run this through your woman, through the filter of the people that follow you. Dennis, you talk to unhealed men, bro. Straight up. I said it. Men you talk to ain't do no NLP training. Man, ain't dealing with no modalities, none of that. I know they're not. Because nobody would sit up here and listen to a lawyer talk like this. But okay, Dennis.
And the answer is easy. They did it for the money. They did it for the clout. They did it for the prestige. They sold out their people for material gain. That is something that we need to deal with. That is not something I'm going to allow people to run away from. We're going to deal with it. We're not going to skate over it. We're not going to blame black men for being weak. Oh, it's the black man's fault. Well, you got a bitch that's holding a gun to the man's head.
Now, this the lawyer, right? Everything he said about women on this bill was greasy.
Right? She's helping this man capture you. Who's more at fault? The man who get captured? Huh? Or the two people that's capturing him at gunpoint? Got a gun to his child's head. Either you get on this boat or I'm going to murder your whole family. What would you do, fellas? You need to understand that, man. This is what we're talking about. And this young brother is clearly not ready for the depth of that conversation. You say you got a few books. You need to read more and you need to live some life.
Dennis. Damn. You need to read more and you need to live some life. Like marriage, done it. Children, done it. Travel, done it. Business, done it. Streets, done it. But then you really hit me low, Dennis. You said I need to read more. And that one really hurt. I've read everything I'm going to show you, Dennis. Right? Dennis, I have books everywhere. Okay? Black Fortunes. The story of the first African Americans who escaped slavery and became millionaires. Samari Wills. Now you told me I need to read some more. All right. Black Fortunes. Leslie Frazier, Black Bourgeoisie. Dennis, do you know one of my goals? I have a big goal I want to build a library bigger than the Library of Congress. That's one of my nerd goals. All right. I've been to the Library of Congress, Dennis. Thomas Jefferson books in there. Right. But anyway, Black Bourgeoisie, because you told me that I need to read more. Right? Ivan Van Sertima, they came before Columbus. Dennis, you did not do your homework on me. I need to read more. You were not prepared. And I hear you keep pushing that Africa line too. Dennis, we ain't on that. That's masonry shit you're doing. You want to take us away from this land, Dennis. You pushing an Africa line on that. A lot of us are knowing what time it is, bro. We are from here, Dennis. We didn't come here on boats created by Europeans, Dennis. There are people here that did not come from the cross on the Bering Strait, Dennis. You pushing that line hard. I hear you too. Africa this, Africa. We ain't on that. We ain't on that. We claiming nationality, Dennis. Dennis, look how thick this book is, Dennis. The Black Elite. Aristocrats of Color. Dennis. You was not prepared for me, bro. I don't do stats and data and I don't do shit like that. I go buy books and read them, right? 6 hours, periods of time, Dennis. Dennis, how'd you know I knew about, I was all that HBCU shit, the Divine Nine, history of sororities and fraternities, Black America, Dennis. Dennis, and when we read, we look up the etymology of the word too, Dennis. The Moors taught us that. The Haram key. You know that symbol, don't you, Dennis? The Hiram key, excuse me. You told me I need to read more. I'll take book recommendations, Dennis. Right? Next young dude you come at, Dennis, do your homework on them. Great book called White Trash. This is about class in America, right? White Trash. Nancy Eisenberg. Dennis. These are thick books that I have, Dennis. Ooh, one of my favorites. The Science of the Mind by Ernest Holmes. Dennis, look how thick this book is. This is what I read, Dennis. Why you running your fat mouth over there talking about black women willingly ran toward the invader? I'm over here reading The Science of the Mind. Now, are the dudes that follow you, Dennis, are they reading that? We know from your YouTube titles that you're not recommending that. This is what I did on you, Dennis. Machiavelli. I did a lot of the shit from this book on you. I did 48 Laws of Power shit on you too. Right? So I showed you my hand a little bit. I was supposed to conceal my attention. I was supposed to let you respond back to me. But I'm letting you know if you respond back to me, I'm going to get more money and I'm going to double up. But I use Machiavellian shit on you, Dennis. You thought you was dealing with someone else, but you're not. And there's another layer to me. If you respond, we'll go there, right? Ooh, Dennis. Mein Kampf? Come on, bro. Who you think you're talking to, Dennis? Pander? These are all male authors, Dennis. Ooh. Revolutionary Suicide, Huey Newton. Classic. Dennis? What you talking about? Leadership. Dennis. How big my books is, bro. I've read all of this. More books on leadership. Leadership Secrets of Attila the Hun. Dennis, you told me to read more. Like this? Come on, Dennis. This is the Pookie now. Damn, Dennis, come on, man. I'm coming out with hard hitters here. Dianetics. Now you can kind of see what kind of mind you're dealing with. Dennis, be careful with me. This is just a warning shot to you. Be careful, right? Don't respond to me. Act like this never happens. You won't win, right? The Senator and the Socialite, the true history of America's first black dynasty. I got them hitters. Not bad for the Pookie, huh? Dennis, Plato's Republic, Dennis? Come on, man. Plato's Republic, though? Plato's Republic? No? Not impressed yet? This is you. You a guy in a suit. Confessions of an Economic Hitman. That's how y'all show up. Y'all show up in them suits, right? And do dirt. You the good black man, right? Y'all quoting dating stats. W.E.B. Du Bois, Souls of Black Folks. There goes some blackity black for you, Dennis. Because you told me to read more. Dennis, I got a garage full of shit. Iron Rand, Anthem. Come on, Dennis. I'm just saying, you told me to read more. You made it seem to the men that follow you like I was a certain kind of guy. Will you retract and say, you know what? I was wrong about that, but you can keep everything. You can call me a panderer, everything. What I do take serious, Dennis, is the nerd side of me. So yeah, I am the Pookie, but I am a nerd too, Dennis, right? I'm a criminal nerd Pookie. But when you talk to your men, at least give me that. He got a nice book collection from what you've seen. I'm not going to show you everything, right? I'm not going to show you my occult shit. Benjamin Franklin, The Way to Wealth. Come on, Dennis. Come on, man. Make sure you tell those dudes that I read, because it's thousands of them. Oh, this is a good one right here. Code Breaker. This is about gene editing. This is where we're headed in the future while you keep talking about tradition this, tradition that. Science is talking something else, right? This is about gene editing. Code Breaker. Notice the thickness of a lot of my literature. Notice what you don't see. Nothing about dating. Dennis. Stop talking that Africa shit to us, Dennis. This is the Federalist Papers. Huh? We from here, Dennis. This is the Federalist Papers. Come on, Dennis. Aristotle Politics, Dennis. What kind of Pookie am I? This is getting out of hand, right? Told me to read more. You see how serious I take this? Dennis, I think you should read this, The Kabbalion, because your perspective of femininity and masculinity is 3D. Femininity and masculinity, Dennis, is very esoteric. It's actually occult concepts. Masculinity doesn't deal with anything on the outside of a man. In fact, it deals with the positive and negative sides of electricity, Dennis. The way that you talk about femininity and masculinity, we call that the separation of spheres. It's a Victorian ideology. We go deeper than that, right? The Kabbalion. You need to get that, Dennis. Dennis. How to Eat to Live. Elijah Muhammad. Come on now. I know you like this. See, this is what they teach in their lodges. Disciplining women. You see that? This is based on Alpha Kappa Alpha, Black counterpublics, and the cultural politics of black sororities. Look at the title. Disciplining women. Now what did I show y'all earlier? Remember this? Well, no, we start here. We start with Henry Minton and his boule, right? All this, the Divine Nine. All this. See the title of this book? Disciplining Women. These are black women on the cover, right? This is the women that they want. They want you like this, right? Alpha Kappa Alpha, black counterpublics, and the cultural politics of black sororities. This is how they want you. Dennis, I'm a problem. Classic alert. Psycho-cybernetics. Look how old that is, Dennis. What kind of Pookie am I? Lost books of the Bible? No? Not yet? Dennis, we do a little bit of everything. Herbal tonics and therapies? No, Dennis? Dennis, you said I need to read more. You were slandering me. No? Still no? I know you're a high value man and all. And I'm just a Pookie from the bottom of the America's social class. Dennis, Sheikh Auntie Diop? The African origin of civilization? No? Still no, Dennis? Got you. Damn. Whew. I got big joints. The Great Migrations from the earliest humans to the age of globalization. No, Dennis? Okay. All right. I got so more, but I need to get along my message. But I'm just going to show you a set that I'm extremely proud of. These are beautiful books, Dennis. Ooh. Technical Secrets of Traditional Visual Arts. I got them in sets too, Dennis. Look at this. Ooh, the quadrivium. Look how pretty those books are, Dennis. You see that? I got them in sets though. You see, Dennis? The trivium. Now I must take this thing serious, huh? You know what the trivium is, Dennis? The classical liberal arts of grammar, logic, and rhetoric. There's other ones too. Look at this, Dennis. Look at these books. Beautiful. Megalith. Studies in Stone. Come on, Dennis. Now you said I need to read more. Science. Right? No, Dennis? No? Tough crowd. Back to Mr. Spurling. Oh yeah, Dennis. And you know that one well, right? You're a high value man. You're a suit guy.
over here to the United States. South Carolina, I believe, I forget that. What's that major city in South Carolina? Charleston, South Carolina. 60% of the black slave owners in South Carolina, and yes, black people did own slaves. 60% of the black slave owners in South Carolina were black women. And
so again, 60%, and this is, I can give you all the books. I'm actually planning on doing a complete, because I've been put on the reparations committee for different places, and in educating myself thoroughly on the history of slavery.
Dennis is on the reparations committee. Now, Dennis, you said 60% of black women own slaves in South Carolina. So I did a little deep dive in, Dennis. There's some truth in what you're saying. But context is important, Dennis. Dennis, by 1860, there was 402,000 slaves in South Carolina. From 1790 to 1860, there were 1,520 black slave owners. In 1860, there were 137 black slave owners, and they owned 544 slaves out of 402,000. Now, what I did was I added up the years from 1790, just to be fair to Dennis, because he never said what year there was 60% of black women slave owners. But what I did do is I added up how many slave owners there were from 1790 to 1860, and there were 1,520. So I took 60% of that, and I got 912. So let's just say what Dennis is saying is what it is. Over the course of 70 years, there were 912 black women that owned slaves. Right? Dennis doesn't say whether they bought them to protect them. But this is a very small number, though, Dennis. It was 402,000 black slaves in 1860 in South Carolina. Black slave owners owned 540 of them. And Dennis, here's the secret. Majority of them were their family members. See, that 60% is like, oh my God. Okay. 912 people out of 70 years. But Dennis, you're a character. Because what you're spinning is that black women are traitors. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Pedro Alonso Nino. Who is he, y'all? He is Afro-Spanish. Do you know he piloted the Santa Maria during the Columbus first voyage to the Americas? So, because all this treason that Dennis is talking about, right? Pedro Alonso Nino. I hope I'm saying it correctly. The Black Navigator. Dennis, when the conquistadors were coming to the West, there were black men on the ships directing them. These are your Moors. Dennis? Because let's just say the black woman is treasonous. Cool. But wouldn't she be tethered to another person that's treasonous? The man? So then it would be two peas in a pot, right? Same. But the way you're spinning the story is if they let these brothers hanging. But here you have Pedro piloting the ship for Columbus. Y'all, a lot of y'all didn't even know who this was, huh? So even though I'm being surgical with Dennis, y'all still able to walk away with something. And you know, our next video, we're going to go back to our regularly scheduled program. But yes, Dennis, Pedro was on the ship with Columbus. And we know how that went. Treasonous black women. Dennis, you did mention slavery in South Carolina, right? Treasonous black women? All right, cool. No worries. Dennis, this is William April Ellison. Dennis. In 1882, Dennis, William Ellison was one of the largest slave owners in South Carolina, as well as one of the wealthiest. He was born a slave and was given the name April after a month in which he was born. He was luckier than most and was brought by a white slave owner named William Ellison, who took the name to educate him. Now, Dennis, why did this black man stay in the same name as his captor? Didn't you accuse black women of this? But anyway, Dennis, when he was 26 years old, he was freed by his master and began building his expansive cotton plantation. As a free man, he had his name changed to William Ellison, that of his former master. Damn! You just accused black women of doing the same shit. Black men do the same thing, Dennis. It's called the game. What makes Ellison so despicable, though, Dennis, and earns him the number 2 spot on this list is how he collected his wealth. Ellison was known to have made a large proportion of his money as a slave breeder. Yikes. Breeding slaves was illegal in many southern states, but Ellison secretly sold almost all females born, keeping a selected few for future breeding. He kept many of the young males as they were considered useful on his plantation. Ellison was known to be a harsh master, and his slaves were almost starved and extremely poorly clothed. He kept a windowless building on his property for specific purpose of chaining his misbehaving slaves. Now, Dennis, are you a reasonable man? A merciful man? A just man? Because you had a lot of smoke for these black women traitors. But what's more treacherous than navigating Columbus to the west? See, Dennis, what you are is you are a prop to make these men with no voice feel better about themselves. But you was talking about black women owning slaves, right? Okay, cool. Nobody on the black slave list has affected the history of slavery quite as much as Anthony Johnson. He is rumored to be the first black man to arrive in Virginia, as well as the first black indentured servant in America. He was also the first black man to gain his freedom and the first to own land. As a true pioneer first, Johnson couldn't stop there. Ironically, he became the first black slave owner. And it was his court case that solidified American slavery. Listen to the year. In 1635, Johnson was freed and given a 250-acre plantation where he was master over both black and white servants. In 1654, Johnson sued his neighbor in a case that would change America's history forever. forever. Johnson's servant, John Kosar, claimed he was an indentured servant who had worked several years past the terms of his indenture for Johnson and now was working for Johnson's neighbor Parker. Johnson sued Parker, stated that Kosar was his servant in perpetuity, and the courts ruled in his favor. Kosar had to return to Johnson, and the case established the principle in America that one person is able to own another person for the rest of their life. Black women, what? Black women, what? Mr. Spurling? Now I'm going to go back to Mr. Spurling because the salaciousness is over. So I'm going to go back to and address you as a professional man. Even though you don't show up as a professional man, I'm back to addressing you as Mr. Spurling because you are an accomplished man and you are older than me. And I'm not going to do you how you did me. You are a professional man and I'm going to respect you as such, even though that's not how you show up. Mr. Spurling, you are completely out of line with your rhetoric online towards black women. Bro, heal. You think I ain't had my heart broke? My mama did me dirty, Mr. Spurling. That is the game. Heal, Dennis. Seriously.
It is important. And first of all, some of the things that I'm discovering are shocking, and they were never taught in school. And they will never teach you in school because these liberal types only want to tell you a part of the story just to get you incensed so they can scream racism, 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 and then point you at the Republicans so y'all will be scared enough to do what? To vote for them. So they're just using you. But the truth is, South Carolina, Charleston, vast majority of the black people who owned slaves were women. And oftentimes those women were either the children of mulatto children or half-white children of the slave owners, or otherwise they were just entrepreneurial black people. Nevertheless, they wasn't freeing brothers. They were living good just like the white folks. They did it for material wealth. Those women, and here's the thing, you know, the brother got his. Nevertheless, I don't understand. Like, I'm looking at all the gesturing that the young man is doing. You know, you're putting your hand all up on your lip. Are you doing it? Are you acting? Or do you really mean this? Do you really want to have a conversation? And this only makes me not able to take people like this seriously.
Dennis, you didn't want to have a conversation with me. You didn't even tag me. One of these women that you be disrespecting told me that you did a video on me, bro. You didn't want to have a conversation with me. Because this could have went way differently. We could have approached this on some student shit in a meeting of the minds. You didn't want to have a conversation. You did a video on me without me knowing, Dennis. You didn't want to have a conversation. And why do my facial expressions matter, bro? Why does that matter? You paused the video. So why does that matter? But you didn't want to have no convo, fam.
Hand on your lip like you in deep thought. You said you read these books before. Why are you in deep thought? Or are you just performing? Are you just being a slick con artist and you just performing for these black women and trying to get their emotions up? Because that's what it's disingenuous, brother. You just disingenuous. And see, here's the thing I want y'all to understand. I didn't even know this man. I didn't know this man until about a week ago, when his silly video popped up on my algorithm. And I looked at it and I'm like, what is this dude doing? So you started this with me.
Dennis, yes. I critiqued what you said. I didn't do a whole stream on you. I didn't talk about how you look. I ain't talk about your glasses. I ain't talk about your suit. I ain't say nothing. I critiqued what you said and kept it pushing. Right? You did a whole stream on me and didn't tell me. But you stepped in some shit because you didn't know who you was dealing with. Now you know you better come correct with me, lawyer. You better come as a lawyer.
You asked for this, and you got it. And you look silly, brother. You're not well read. You have poor understanding.
You see? Did we just go through my books? Here's another one I didn't show. Brand seduction. Right? Dennis, I'm not well read. Right? Dennis, I don't even know how to fill out a job application. I am 39 years old. I have no work history. I do not do anything illegal anymore. It's been a long time, right? I have figured out how to make money on using Wi-Fi. Do you know who you're talking to? Do you know who my family is? Do you know what I had to come out of? I'm the American dream, Dennis. I'm not well read. Do you know what I have my son reading right now, Dennis? Rich Dad, Poor Dad. He's 15. He's also reading the Articles of Confederation, Dennis. You know what else he's reading at the same time, Dennis? David Goggins biography. I'm from the bottom of the pyramid in America, Dennis. We don't come from money. We don't come from no family history. I am the first of everything, the Pookie in my family, Dennis. But the way you're talking to me, about me, to your followers is crazy, right? Guess what time I got to get up tomorrow, Dennis? Whenever I want. Guess when I can go to sleep tonight, Dennis? Whenever I want. If you look at my work history, 20 years, bro, where I done figured out what black men in the early 19th century told us to do, Dennis, do for yourself. I'm not well read? Crazy? Me? That's probably the most thing I'm going to say. Out of all the shit you said about me, that's the one I take offense to.
And you don't understand the breadth of this conversation. You're just talking. You're a former Pookie who was offended by something I said, and you use this as an opportunity.
I wasn't offended by your video, Dennis. I'm offended now. And guess what I'm offended off? Because you said I'm not well read. I don't like that, because that's a lie.
To get all those lovely ladies to say mean things about me, which don't matter. Because at the end of the day, the men are on my side. The men with money, power, and prestige are on my side. That's 63% of black men who reach the middle class. They're with me.
All right, just so I'm clear. The men with money, power, and prestige are on your side, right? Okay, just so I'm clear. So, the men with money and power and prestige are on your side, and this is your content? Where in it, you're for men, right? Where here does it educate men on how to get power? Where's your personal development? Now, the men with money follow you, and this is what y'all doing? Wait, Dennis, this is your content, bro. Look at your spelling, Dennis. Brazilian woman claps back at ugly ABWs for disrespect. Yo, you can have those men on your side, my dude. I represent people that take the stairs, Dennis. The elevator's crowded, my G. I have a out the trunk mentality. I have an independent mentality. I don't give a damn who the crowd is over there. And you can be lame with money, Dennis. What kind of men are over there? What kind of men? If I don't fit, I don't fit, my guy. I'll be all right. As long as there's Wi-Fi, Dennis, I'll be able to eat. You want people to pick sides. Over here at Coin Gang, we don't pick sides. We pick personal development. People that rock with me don't pick me. They come for personal development. The moment I stop doing personal development, I already chopped it up with my folks. Don't fuck with me. If I'm not talking about personal development, if I'm not talking about how to heal trauma, if I'm not talking about how to upgrade your software and mindset, the people that rock with me, my core people, will not rock with me no more, Dennis. We don't do Messiah worship over here, Dennis. See, I'm back to Dennis now.
And you got a bunch of baby mamas with you. You got a bunch of women without the men are running away. That's what you got. And I got the men on my side.
And you, okay, if I have the baby mamas with me, you have a bunch of men with kids that didn't marry the women that they had a kid with you. So is that fair? So if I have the baby mamas, cool, I got the baby mamas. You have the men that have children and don't have custody of their kids. Cool? So you have the men that go to Miami, take all these trips, while they leave their children with these black women that y'all say are unfit. Dennis, I would never do that, Dennis. I would never do that. Never. I would never in a million gazillion years allow that to happen, Mr. Right? You know that? Mr. Spurling, if I have the baby mamas with me, who do you have with you? Because I forgot these women just magically just have these kids, right? Oh, that's right. Y'all narrative is women control access to sex, men control access to marriage. What if women start asking men to marry them? Then they don't have control, right? That's based off traditions that we hold. But doesn't the seed come out of the man? You're walking around with a seed that you're not being responsible for, and that's the crowd you talk to, Mr. Spurling. I would never create a baby mother, ever. Right? If we have a child together, we are stuck together. I don't give a damn about romance. Our focus now becomes that child. Period. I don't get to choose romance. I don't get to choose none of that. I have a baby with you. We can be friends. I don't give a damn who she's sleeping with. Yo, this child need to see us together. Period. Do you? Let's have the optics of a... I don't play those games, Dennis. You got baby daddies in your chat talking shit about black women. You got baby daddies in your chat. You got dudes on child support that follow you. I ain't never been on child support. Ever. Ever. Dennis, who you talking to? I don't play them games. You know what I'm saying? And I might not know a lot, but I know who to get pregnant and who not to. Right? And I take that part serious, Dennis. I'm back to Mr. Spurling now, right?
So there's a difference. And the reason the brothers are with me is because I speak the truth and I don't hold back. You, on the other hand, are clearly telling these lovely ladies what they want to hear. Let's keep listening.
And then I look at the fact that, yeah, you know what? A lot of these so-called captive sex slaves in these relationships with these white men were happy to do that because it means.
I said it. Look at all these swirlers that we got now. They dying to get a white man. You got white, black women who got men. They got Confederate flags all up in the house, and black. Their nature hasn't changed. They're still the same women they always were. And as much as we've seen the Me Too foolishness, based on that, you see women's nature playing out in front of you. A lot of these women are misrepresenting the truth. They willfully engage in sexual acts with their captors, with whoever will, just for whatever gains they can get. That's female nature. And I know you don't want to believe that. I know your queen mother goddess Simp Chip is telling you that the black woman was a victim, and I get it. You were raised to believe you were a victim, but some of these women played right along.
You see what Dennis is saying about me? Victim, and do I have to tell Dennis one of our laws again? Mr. Spurling. Number 7 in our laws of accountability. You're not a victim, it's just your turn, Mr. Spurling. We don't do victim narrative over here. You got the wrong guy. You have the wrong dude. You got me mixed up with somebody else, bro. Queen, mother, goddess. Who talks like that? And do I have to take you back how the video started, Mr.? My demographics is men. I'm a black male pain panderer. I make content that pisses black men off. I don't even talk to women. Swirlers and yo, why you way over there, Dennis? You a whole lawyer. Why you rubbernecking? Why you listening to the divester content, bro? You are a professional man. You have an algorithm of somebody that's in the permanent underclass. You rubbernecking, you way over there, bro. Swirlers, that's what you thinking about, fam? Like, that content is getting under your skin so much. As a professional man, Dennis, I don't even look at shit like that, bro. I don't know what's going on over it. Why would I? I don't come online to hang out. I come online to handle business. Now, that's an interesting perspective from the Pookie. I would expect a professional man like you to work online and not live online. But I get it, Dennis. I know who you are. You this guy. You all this. You Sigma Pi Phi. You Boule. Right? That's why you are talking the way you're talking. Those talking points, fam. This you. You all this right here. You a gangbanger, Dennis. You talking about Pookies and Ray Rays? You a gangbanger. I got proof that you gangbang. I got proof that you throw them signs up, Dennis. Ain't this you and your boy? What are you talking about? People sellouts, this. Dennis, tell us about your rituals. I'm interested in the degree you are. You come to the common man and you have them common man conversations. Meanwhile, they don't even know that looking for something. They don't even know you one of these boys, man. You one of them Prince Hall boys, Dennis. You a Prince Hall boy, Dennis? Stop at 5? Talking all that shit. This you. This you. You a gangbanger. You talking about Pookies and Ray Rays. You talking about Pookies and Ray Rays and you be throwing signs up, Dennis? You ain't no different than a GD. This you. Any of these signs from here in here? Sure it is. Come on, Dennis. What we talking about? You got a lot of smoke for black women. See, Dennis, I punch up. You see the difference? I'm coming at organizations. You're talking about swirlers. The people that I'm talking about, Dennis, actually have power, right? The boule have power in America. I'm talking about y'all. You see the difference between me and you? You talk to women. I come at men, right? Powerful men, right? Men that can do something to me, Dennis. I punch up. I'm the little dude in Mike Tyson's Punch Out, punching up. You punching down, talking to women. Two men, right? A lawyer. But Dennis, this is your content. Let's go over some of Dennis' content. Was a black truck driver murdered to cover up a Mexican cartel? When D's hoe-ass lie. Passport broads can't do what passport bros do. DNA tests say your wife is a 304. What's my content again, Dennis? What I be doing? How to overcome the minority mindset. The psychology of tunnel vision. The parasitic ego. Modern people fear personal development. Algorithm supremacy, technological Darwinism, the importance of mind your business. What you be doing? Protecting our image from these horrible ladies. Black men getting the F away from these hoe-ass in the USA. Passport bros escape from Blackistan. Brazilian women claps back at ugly ABWs for disrespect. That's what you do. You told me I need to read more. No, Dennis, you need to expand your conversation, beloved. Now that's real. I'm not even playing. Step your conversation up, lawyer dude. I'm the Pookie. I'm at the bottom, remember? I should look to you like, damn, that's what's up. And Dennis, you might got dudes with money with you. You a lawyer, bro. You probably got a deeper bag than me. That's cool. Right? You got some connections behind the scenes. Shout out to you, Dennis. But from me to you, you ain't more of a man than me, Dennis. I stand on code. I stand on man shit. I tagged you in the video, so you know I'm saying this about you. When you did your video, you ain't tagged me. I had to find out from a woman that you did your video about me. You ain't a man like me, Dennis, and you older than me, Dennis. I'm more of a man than you. You probably got me on the money. You a lawyer. You should. I'm a Pookie. Right? I'm a Pookie. You know what I mean? But damn it, Dennis, I'm saying. Now, for me to be the Pookie, right? Dennis, how you showed up, this how I showed up. I thought you followed KS. You ain't show up suited and booted talking to me. You crazy? You better show up fresh talking to me. You better show up me with your best shit talking to me, Dennis. You better show up with your fade, Dennis. Don't show up to me any kind of way. I'm not them black men in your chat, Dennis. You can't show up to me any kind of way. You better show up me looking your best. Look at me when I'm talking to you, Dennis. Look your best when you come to me, Dennis. Throw on your Easter shit when you talk to me, Dennis. Hit that barbershop, Dennis. Lay them waves down, Dennis.
Some of these women gratefully allow themselves to be impregnated and had multiple children by these men, their captors, their oppressors, because it served their interests, because they were looking out for number one, themselves. It's human nature, it's female nature. Accept it. That's it. Women have done worse. Let's keep moving.
They get to sleep in master's bed. They got to have master's half white bastard babies. They got treated a little bit better. They butter biscuits a little warmer, had a little bit more butter on it. You see them? They get to say, my babies is my man. These are man, and they might mess around and inherit some money. Hell, when I look at the HR department right now in some of these white companies, them goddamn human resource directors, those black ones, damn, they give brothers the hardest time. So it's like,
shout out to Bill Reed, teach brother Dennis Spurling. Yeah, you brothers who operate in corporate America, many of you have conveyed stories to me about how difficult it is, how the black American women often act as gatekeepers. See, I work for myself. I knew I didn't want anybody telling me what to do, which is why I can come on the internet and say,
now I know you ain't talking about no gatekeepers. Black men are the biggest gatekeepers of the culture, Dennis. What are you talking about? Y'all are Masons. Y'all are fraternity dudes. What bigger gatekeeping is that? Would you tell the black public what's in this book? When you doing all these hand gestures and shit, when you doing your master grips, would you tell everybody what a lion's grip is? That's gatekeeper, Dennis. You hoard knowledge away from the people. You are a lawyer, but when you go to the regular commoner, you talk dumb as hell. You don't love black men like you claim you love, or else this wouldn't be your type of content, Dennis. Why are you talking on this level, Mr. Spurling? You a lawyer, right? You worked hard and studied years and years and years to get your position just so you can have permanent underclass conversation, Dennis. That's why you're not more of a man than me. Now, why would I say something about you like that? It's because all through this, I got a sensitive ear. You've been very nice, nasty. You make it seem like you'll throw brother in there. But Dennis, I'm from the bottom. We know slick comments, right? You make it seem like, oh, you throwing, yeah, this young brother, da-da-da-da. But then you give a backhand compliment, throw little shit in there. But the beginning of this video, I said nobody in the chat disrespect Dennis. That's how I started with you. You ain't giving me that courtesy in your chat. You lied on me. You assassinated my character. For what, bro? I never said nothing about you. I critiqued what you said because I felt it was out of line. What you said, not you as a person. You're talking about me as a person, which don't understand, lawyer dude, right? You should know how to separate, Dennis. We almost finished.
Say what I want to say, and I don't really give a shit what anybody thinks. I'm still gonna be fine. I just choose to come in and talk to you brothers and give you the reality that we're dealing with. A lot of these men are compromised, especially these Pookie and Ray Rays. Some of them on probation. Some of them got criminal records. Some of you don't know who you're dealing with.
I do.
Okay? Some of these professors and whatnot, they work for people. There's only so much to say. They can't tell you the truth.
I do, Dennis. Right? I got a trafficking charge, Dennis. Like 90 something, almost 100 pounds of marijuana. I was crossing them state lines, Dennis, trying to make me some money. Yeah, I always been trying to give me some money, Dennis. Right? Guess what I don't have on my jacket? Domestic violence. The R word. None of that. Trying to give me some bread. I got a record. I didn't get my license till 3 years ago, Dennis. I drove my whole life with no license. I'm 39. So yeah. But I don't come here as super nig. I come here as person development dude. And that's what y'all hate. Cause what this really about, y'all see them women in the chat and you think that I'm intimate with them. Them is the homies. That's what this is all about. It's access to sex. It ain't about nothing else. Because if they thought that I wasn't getting it like that, they would not even address me. Trust me.
They can't say everything they need to say. I don't have that problem. I know the law. I know what is allowed to be said. And more importantly, I'm motivated to speak the truth to you. You brothers know that a lot of these Black American women get in those positions of authority and they treat you brothers like you secondhand citizens. They treat you like you're slaves.
What?
They in that HR department, raising hell, talking shit, constantly quick to write you up. Y'all know it's the truth. Y'all know I'm telling you the truth. I've heard the stories. And so for this young man to act like he ain't heard it, either he doesn't know anything about what's going on in corporate America, or he's being lied to.
I don't, Dennis, because I'm a do for self dude, so I don't. But what I do know is you talk from a position of weakness. Yo, I'm sorry, bro. You represent soft niggas. Straight up. Y'all soft. Y'all crybabies, yo. Oh, the women are writing me up. Yo, I bypass all that. Be like, yo, I'm going to go direct to consumer. I ain't working for nobody. So for black men, if black men are complaining, bro, hit the highway. What you waiting on? Black women are bullying you in corporate America and you ain't quit yet? You ain't got your own hustle? You ain't got your own grind? You better cut some hair on the side, mow a lawn on the side, make a t-shirt, sell that thing. You should get on YouTube, make videos, get AdSense, something. But you running a dentist talking about black women are bullying me in corporate. Why does the black man get bullied by everybody? Where's your win? The women bullying, men bullying, immigrants bullying, everybody. You mean to tell me everybody bullies the black man? That's your rhetoric? That's what you spitting? I never spit that, bro. I never stand next to no weak ass arguments like that, fam. That's weak, Dennis. And you too old for that shit to be babying these dudes. Nothing about that is righteous. I thought the man was a natural leader. Create a job then. Like the Pookie.
Like, it's almost like, and please put me in my place.
What are you shaking your head for, brother? What are you shaking your head for? Now you're shaking his head.
If I'm wrong. But it seems to me as though black American women have been the best assistant to the white man in his oppression of black people since the first northern invader came into Africa.
Now, who calls the police on you, black?
Oh my God.
Huh? Who keeps you from seeing your children?
Oh my God. Who calls the police? Dennis is a lawyer. Who is he speaking for? Now, what is the black man getting the police called on for? So these is men not committing crimes? And you getting the police called on you? You getting your children is getting kept from you? Yo, this is weak ass argument, yo. Dennis, if the men are getting their children kept from them, what is it that you tell the women? Choose better. I don't have that problem, Dennis. Do you know why? Because I vet before I have babies. I would only deal with a woman with a code that don't even play them kind of games. See, when you mate with your eyes, Dennis, that's what happens to you, fam. All of your talking points are from a position of weak. I'm weak, man. And you got more than me. Why do you sound like this, bro? What's up with you? Dennis, I'm going to give you some advice. I think you need to detox. You might got something going on with your liver or your kidneys because you're very negative. You are a negative dude. Everything you say is negative. You don't speak optimistically. You speak from a position of weakness. You might have an alcohol problem. Something is going on with your kidneys or your liver. Something is fueling you to talk from that perspective, Dennis. I have an abundance mindset, Dennis. I don't see none of that shit you talking about. My advice to you, check out Dr. Leela Africa, bro. Queen of Fua. Going on electric diet. But you need to fast, Mr. Spurling. I'm for real. I'm worried about your health. I don't think you're a healthy man because no healthy man on the inside, Dennis. That's where wealth is, on the inside of a person. You don't sound healthy, Dennis. You don't sound well. You sound very negative. So my advice from you, young brother to older brother, because I'm your brother, right? Heal, Dennis. Detox. Detox from this content that you listen to and detox your body, Dennis. I can tell you eat anything. And you sound like it too. Who the hell is listening to and an HR department? Yo, you mean to tell me people get online and listen to this shit? You know the audiobook I'm listening to? Cal Newport. Deep work. It's about being focused. I know what you're listening to. You are what you eat.
I'm just asking. Who calls the police when they losing arguments and they want to win?
Oh my God.
Who does that? Who calls you? You pookies out there. Who calls you probation officer? Who shows up at your job cussing you out? Who won't let you see your kids? Who drop your kids off at your girlfriend's house when you with your new woman and they met? Who does?
Man, Dennis, let me tell you something, bro. It's funny you say that. I had a woman call the police on me one time, right? I went to jail over it, right? I was on like a work release program, and a woman, she called to the jail and said Ken wasn't where he's supposed to be, right? Now, if I was in your space, I would be like, bad woman, bad woman, bad woman. See, man, see what they do? Now, she put them people in my life, I could never rock with her because of that, right? But I'm such a man about it. I was playing with her. Now, everybody handles shit differently. Would I do that, what she did? No. But I was playing with her. I was lying to her about dealing with other women when I could have just kept it a buck. That's why she did that to me. Was it sucker shit that she did? Yes. Would that have happened if I wasn't playing with her? No. I've never in my life, outside of my mom, Dennis, right? Dennis, do you know if I really tap into my mom shit, I'll be the king of the manosphere? See, I really got some negative black woman stories. I grew up with it. But here's the thing, dog. Shadow work. Miss Barb did a number on me, Dennis. Right? I don't got a good relationship with my mama. But that would be irresponsible for me to get on the microphone without healing. because I'm liable to wire someone who's in a bad space, Dennis. You got to be responsible on your microphone. Now, Mr. Spurling, I've never had a foul black woman in my entire life. Ever. The only time where a black woman went left on me, I did that to her. That's the story that people don't tell. I lied when I didn't have to. I ghosted when I didn't have to. I was being foul when I didn't have to. So you mean to tell me all these men are honest? Every last one of them, Mr. Spurling? None of these men are playing games with women at all. Maybe it's just me. I'm a Pookie, right? What do I know? I've had solid women that show up more than you niggas. Give me they last. The only thing a black woman ever asks from me is not money, Dennis. Is honesty. Keep it real. Now, Dennis, I've had some very women that was easy on the eyes, bro. And they didn't want the money. Their currency was honesty. The bare minimum. Have man talk, yo. That's some man shit for you. I've been foul to women in the past. And when they stung my ass, I don't like how they did it. I don't like that. But you can't tell somebody how to get power back, Dennis. See? That's what we do over here at Coin Gang for personal development. We put it all on the table, Dennis. You did not know who you was dealing with when you came at me.
Does that to you? He makes your life hell. White man ain't doing that. She calls the white man to do that. Huh? Who's the one that gets you shot most of the time or ends up in jail? Oftentimes, it's a black woman behind that. So when I ask you, who has been the biggest supporter, who's been at the right hand of white supremacy? It's the black woman. She been snitching on you since, and not all the sisters. Some of the sisters been down. But it's enough. But it's a growing contingent of them. We got a whole movement online about aborting black baby boys. So you got to take this in consideration. This delusional.
Y'all don't care about black baby boys, though. No single mamas, remember? Right? Okay. All these boys in foster home. All these boys on playgrounds playing by themselves. You ain't picking them up, Dennis. So a woman online said abort black male babies and y'all lose your shit. It's their womb. Their womb does not belong to the community. That is a woman first, not her skin. She is a human. That is a woman. And her womb is hers. They can decide what comes out of their womb. Who the hell are you? Has anybody decided what the black man raps about? Hell no, he does him, right? Everything, right? He takes pictures like this, right? You mean to tell me these women don't have rights to their womb? If they don't want black male babies, they don't want black male babies. It's their womb. Here's the thing. You don't have to deal with her. Y'all don't give a damn about no damn babies, man. Dennis, none of your streams are about childbirth or raising children, fam. You don't care about babies. That's not what you talk about. You don't talk about how you are as a father. Show me, tag me. Let's bury the hatchet, Dennis, because I don't really got no problem with you, right? I'm a simmer down. This is just part of the, let's have a father talk. Tell me your pointers, I'll share my pointers. It might be a boring stream, but those that follow Dennis will walk away with something. So I extend an olive branch. Let's talk about being dads. You a father, I'm a father. We can have this little tango. It's like battle rap. You said your thing about me, I said your thing about you. Nothing too bad. Ain't nobody do nothing harmful, right? Now we could come together and chop up fatherhood principles. You down with that? See, I could talk about that on my page. You cool with that? Might not have a lot of live viewers. But remember, you said this is for the hearts and minds of black people. Right? Or are you going to keep it up? Are you going to strike my page because I played your video, Dennis? Or are you going to stand 10 toes like a man? You going to be a man? What you want to do? You want to keep this going? Right? Or you want to be like, maybe we was wrong about each other. We do have options, Dennis. I don't have the subscribers you do, right? My only warning to you and anybody that follows you, you said you have men with money on your side. You don't have to take this serious, Dennis. I got some important people on my side too. I got very witchy women on my side, Dennis. I'm very protected. Right? You can do the behind the scenes lawyer stuff on me. You can strike my page. That's cool. But I have witches watching me right now. You don't have to believe it. You don't gotta. Cool. Just thinking I'm a pagan. That's fine. Dennis, if anything happens to my video, if any of your lodge friends they'll deal with you in the spirit realm. Now take that as a joke, right? That's a different. Pookie does this. Do none of that, bro. I've initiated women. You could have the men. Let me have those baby mamas that you're talking about, but you put some respect on their name. They are initiated into spiritual practices, baby mama. Now, I don't expect you to take that serious because men deal with religion, women deal with spirituality. Or I'm not even going to review the rest of your video. You said some other thing. Oh, no, you did. I want to get to this part. You talk spicy to me real quick. Hold on. I want to get to your spice, and then I'm done.
Mindset that these queens,
Hold on.
the self-professed Pookie, on this page, and for the most part, the 63% of the black men I represent, the truck drivers, plumbers, the electricians, the military guys, the contractors, the guys who work hard, who are law-abiding citizens. Even for those guys who started off in the wrong direction and rehabilitated themselves and righted their wrongs, I represent those guys.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Dennis, you're a lawyer. You don't represent them. You don't. You a lodge man. You don't represent them. You appeal like you do. But if you represent them, you would talk about health. Right? You would talk about the real things like personal development. Right? Truckers have one of the worst diets because they're on the road. Stop it. The high value man always want to seem like he's down with the average dude, and you're not.
And I don't represent people who make excuses for this degenerate behavior. Like they are competing with you and working against you. You type me in the chat room. You want to know who listening to this, Mr. Ken Brisbane? Black men with common sense. Black men with life experiences. Black men who worked hard and pulled themselves together and dug themselves out of the trenches and out of the ghettos and out of impoverished situations. Me. That's me they talking about. They're saying me when they see this. I'm a voice of those black men. I'm an advocate for those black men. We've always had Pookies like you speaking on behalf of black men, but very rarely do we have men like me speaking on behalf of these hardworking black men, the bus drivers, who was specifically called out.
No, the bus drivers were not called out. See what I'm saying? So in NLP, we learned something about distortion. What Dennis is doing is distorting things. A bus driver was not called out. A woman was asked, would she deal with a bus driver? A professional woman, right? A lawyer, right? She didn't ask, would she deal with a man that is a software engineer? She didn't ask, would she deal with a man that works for the government? She said they asked her a bus driver. Is there anything wrong with driving buses? No, there is not at all. However, she has a right to say what she said. It's not her job to baby black men and make you feel good. A bus driver gets paid. What more do you want? You already get money. You got a good pension. What more do you want? What more do you want? Here's again another point of trying to make black men feel like babies. Look at how they talk about us. Yo, remember Kevin Samuels? Ma'am, you are average at best. Cool. What was different than what she said? People have backlash. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? She did not come at bus drivers. She was asked I don't even know why Ayanna asked her specifically that. Right? But whatever.
I speak for them. And you speak for the Pookies. You speak for the KK Keisha. You on the wrong side, young man. And soon you'll find out. But y'all make sure y'all hit the me button when you get to the point where he asks, who am I speaking for? Or who listens to this? Me. Y'all make sure y'all put that in the chat room. But let's go ahead and proceed and listen to what this young man has to say.
I was just thinking when I was listening to the video, what black men are listening to this?
Who's listening to this? Type me in the chat room. What black men? Who you think is? I definitely ain't talking to white men. Who you think? Me. All of them black men on this page are listening to this. The 60,000 black men that follow me are listening to this. Not the women that are listening. You got a whole bunch of women on your side. I got men.
Dennis said he has men on his side listening to him. Let me check to see if I have men on my side listening to me. Oh, 65% men. Okay, got you.
I got enough black men to fill a football stadium listening to me. That's damn. You want to know why they call me dangerous? Ain't no women on this page. It's just brothers over here. So all that foolishness and rhetoric you trying to pull, that's not going to work on this side. You stick to those women over there.
I don't even talk to women, Dennis. I deal with personal development. And this is the thing. I don't want a group of men rocking with me. This is personal development. We come in together. Y'all spit division. I thought y'all was about community. Why would you only be talking to men? Why would you only be talking to men, Dennis? You're a professional. You come online to hang out and be tribal. It's men and women in my tribe. and children. Right? And babies and elders. We eat together. We break bread together. We love one another. Right? We rock out with each other. You know what I'm saying, Dennis? Like, why is that a flex? Yo, it's only men over here. Like, what? I ain't, Dennis, that ain't my wave, love. I ain't with all that. I fuck with women, Dennis. You feel me? My ministry, personal development is for everybody, Mr. Spurling. Everybody.
You can lie to them, you can mislead them, you can make them feel good about their foolishness and degeneracy, but it's not gonna work over here, brother.
You see him still assassinating my character? Do you see him assassinating my character? I don't even talk to women. I talk about personal development. There is no content online where I'm talking how he's saying I'm talking. This is character assassination. Straight up.
This is a new day. And there have been those who came before you. Make sure y'all type me in the chat room so you can answer this young man's question. Let's keep it moving.
And the dangerous thing about the term black is,
what the hell is this? The dangerous thing about
Dennis talk spicy to me.
all social economic levels.
I want to get to it. He talking.
Therefore, you can't speak on their behalf. And that's the point. You keep talking to the women, and we'll keep talking to the men who want change. You don't speak on their behalf. If you can't if you don't have any of these experience, you being a whole Pookie out there, if you can't resonate with these, what the average black man
No, I don't resonate from talking from a position of weakness. I'm sorry, I do not. I don't got Keisha problems. None of that, Dennis. Dennis, you know what my problem has been my whole life? How to make legal money. Women, Dennis? Women? Dennis. Hold on. Let me hold on. Dennis. This is how I show up to you. Dennis, this is me in real life. This is how I look in real life. This is how I dress. Dennis, I don't have women problems. I've never had women problems. You know what issue I had? How to make legal money. So I don't relate to those segment of black men. Women? Like, how you got women problems? Women want to fuck. Like, what's the problem? I don't get it. How you got Keisha problem? Like, if your issue ain't bread, money, that ain't what the stressor. Women, y'all got women problems. Yeah, I'm not. I don't relate. Dennis, since 1996, I've been getting girls. Dennis, I didn't start getting girls when I got a job, Dennis, or when I got a different car, Dennis. When I was wearing cross-colored clothing, when Teen Summit was on BT, Dennis, I was getting girls. That's not a flex. No, I don't relate to those experiences, bro. I don't like, what the fuck? Why am I get with men so like, where the money at, bro? What plays y'all got? What we doing? Who clean credit? What we talking about? What else? Neely Fuller said, black people should avoid each other if you ain't got nothing productive to talk about. Talking about women is not productivity, Dennis. That's not productive. Sharing pain back and forth of times you got your heart broke. That's not productivity, yo. So no, I don't relate. But Dennis about to talk real spicy. I want to let him get it out, right? I want to let him get it out. I want to give the brother his opportunity to put the nail in the coffin.
Dealing with, and you don't need to speak on our behalf, brother.
right? I don't resonate with any men talking from a position of weakness.
Okay, so his position of his opinion of a position of weakness is calling out traitorous house Negro behavior on behalf of these lovely ladies. That's position. So your opinion is that calling out women who've sold us out from the continent all the way over here to the United States, that's a position of weakness. Let's see if he even explains that. Y'all keep listening.
No man's story around the world, from what I have read and studied, nobody talks like this.
Nobody talks like this. So what are you trying to do? Are you trying to shame black men for calling out the traitorous behavior of our female counterparts? You say
They not your women, Dennis. They are not our women, Dennis. You are a married man, Dennis. That's the woman that you're rocking with. Why are you talking about a collective of women, Dennis? What do you mean our? They are not yours and mine. No, did no black woman betray me? They don't owe me shit. They don't owe me. Now, who do I have a bond with? People that's in my tribe. My tribe, Dennis. Random women don't owe me nothing, Dennis. No women is being a traitor to me. I don't even know these people. What are you talking about? Right? Over here at Coin Gang, we are bonded together through consent, not skin tone. That's the game you playing. Right? They're not our women. They have autonomy and they are individuals. If they haven't agreed to be down with your tribe and what you got going on, Dennis, what are you talking about, fam? They're not ours.
and no other men throughout the history of time have called out their women for selling out their group. Perhaps you're not familiar with the founding of Rome.
Hold on, Dennis.
Romulus.
Or mishandled or double crossed by the women that you're tethered to. This is
So nobody, and I just gave y'all the whole point, and we talked about that. Okay, there have always been men. Those men actually acted on it. Though.
What did they do?
They slaughtered those women in Vietnam. They slaughtered those women in Japan. They slaughtered those women in Korea. That's what they did.
You hear Dennis? You got to pay real close attention to how Dennis talked. Dennis was talking about violence to the Pookie, right? That's what he was talking about. Now listen to Dennis. This is the good black man now, right?
You understand? So keep that in mind. Let's keep it. But you don't know enough history, bro.
only a
Did y'all see my book collection? Were y'all here for my book collection? Here Dennis go again throwing them darts at me like that. What, Dennis, Plato is history. Aristotle is history. Destruction of black civilization, I have that. They came before Columbus. Dennis, that's history. Shake Auntie D up, Dennis, that's history. We didn't even get into the James Smalls, the Leonard Jeffries. We didn't even get into the John Henry Clark. Who don't know? Okay.
black American narrative.
It is not just the black American narrative. Is it a human being narrative? You have people who are traitorous and treacherous, women or whoever. You call them out. Usually the first people that die after the revolution are the sellouts and the traitors. Keep it. Y'all hit the number one button.
So I
Dennis
think
talk
it's
about a lot of violence.
important that there be a line in the sand of, oh, okay, yeah, that's them niggas over there, because
It's us niggas over here. Oh, so we niggas now. So the Pookie is calling us niggas. Y'all, okay, so here we go. So now we niggas. So
Dennis, all that violence you've been talking about, now you upset? You've been talking about putting in work on people. Okay, Dennis about to talk spicy. Listen up.
us niggas over us 63% of black men. I want y'all to understand the irony of this. The 63% of black men who reach the middle class.
Here, Dennis, go with this. The middle class is not a flex. That 45,000, Dennis, is not a flex. Sorry to hurt black men's feelings. That's not a flex. We got to get our money game up, Dennis. The average black man does not make 60 bands a year. We are in different times. That claim to fame of black men are in the middle class, what does that mean? You're trying to make these niggas feel good. But Claude Anderson taught us about the permanent underclass. Dennis, if people make 60,000 in the year 2050, they're the permanent underclass, my dog. But he about to go in on me. Listen.
Upper middle class who are rich, who have not committed any crimes, who haven't gone to jail, who haven't sold dope. We the niggas? Or are you the nigga? See, that's the question. Because, see, basically, he just called me a nigga. He just basically said Uncle D is a nigga.
I didn't.
Uncle D is a nigga?
I didn't call you.
I'm not a Pookie. I ain't committed no crimes. You the Pookie. You said you was a Pookie.
I am.
You the nigga. You the nigga that we complaining about. You the nigga on TV. You the nigga riding around shooting up the neighborhood selling dope. You that nigga.
So dope.
That's the nigga you represent. So who's the real nigga in this conversation?
You, Dennis. Hold on. Dennis, I'm trying to get off the stream. I've been on for a minute. Dennis, this is you and your peoples. Henry Minton, Dennis. Y'all are lodge boys. You sitting up here talking and you over here gangbanging. You and your homie. You are divine nines. What you talking about? The Boule wanted to emulate Skull and Bones. This is him. These are the suit boys. This is what it is. Do not let these people fool you one bit. They have used their college affiliations to scale, and they are bound by oaths. And just because you don't commit crimes, Dennis, don't mean you a good man. All the shit you said about me today was not good, bro. And you've been literally talking about killing since the stream started. But you a good man, though.
You or me? You are. You're the problem that needs to be eliminated. You're the mindset that needs to be taken care of and extrapolated from the black community. You. These niggas, we want to separate from you niggas. But they won't let us separate from you niggas.
There they go. There Dennis go with the they again. Y'all need to ask Dennis, who's they? Dennis said this earlier in the stream. Y'all remember? He said they won't let us. Dennis, who's they that won't let you separate from the Pookies? Who is the they? Your smoke should be for whoever won't allow you to do what you want to do, Dennis. Who's stopping you? Who is this they that won't let you get away from us? Dennis, holla at the they, bro. Who's they? Who's they, Dennis? Who is the they? And how come on this stream you haven't talked about one instance of violence to the they? However, you suggested violence to the women, violence to the Pookie. But this is the second time you mentioned they won't let you do something, but you will not press and you will not run down or run up about they. Who's this magical? Who's that? Who's they, Dennis? Right? And you'll never find a stream ever of me talking weak like that about someone letting me do something. But I'm the Pookie, Dennis. Who's they? Dennis talk about that they a lot.
We love to get away from you niggas. We got passports. They got 500,000 passport applications a week coming in. because we trying to get away from you niggas. We don't.
Dennis. Okay, Dennis. I'll be out in 5 minutes, I promise. Dennis, I'll be trying to get away from y'all too. Do you know I won't even go to South America, Dennis? Because I don't want to put myself in the proximity of y'all. I don't want to be associated with sex tourism, Dennis. So you know where I go? You know where I go, Dennis? I go to Greece. That's me, Dennis. I want to go far, far away from y'all. I won't even step foot in South America till the coast is clear because y'all have butchered those people's culture. You don't talk about the Orishas. You don't talk about Santeria. You don't go to their museums. You don't build with their elders. To go to people's country for women is super disrespectful. I won't step foot in those countries. So I don't want to be around you neither, Dennis. I'm going wherever y'all not going, right? Because but y'all the good men, and I'm the Pookie. I would never, ever, ever go to someone's country for a woman. That's so disrespectful. All the shit them people been through, what the conquistadors did to those people. You bring your traumas over there and make it seem like their women are just one thing. Dennis, I go to Greece, man. I ain't messing with y'all. I ain't messing with y'all. I ain't messing with y'all, Dennis. I ain't messing with y'all. You right. See, I use my passport too, Dennis. Right? I just do different shit with it. And then when I'm in the States, Dennis, you know, I don't do like I don't do Miami. I go up north to Sunny Isles, right? We do Billionaires Lane, right? You see, I got the 7-Eleven, baby, right? See, I take my books with me, Dennis. See, when I move outside, I move with a certain level of class. And Dennis, just so we're clear, I'm 39. You use the word pander, right? When describing me, and I already smashed that. Dennis, over 20 years ago, this is what I look like. I was swagging at 18. I am not a late bloomer. I did not need a promotion. I had the Timbs on. I was doing me at 18. Girls was coming in and out of my crib. I don't have to get online to get attention from a woman, Dennis. That is so played out, Dennis. We come from a world of women. I am not an internet nigga. I just know how to use the internet, my guy. Outside in the real world, I am really somebody. Dennis, I've been popping for a very, very long time. No, I'm not a lawyer. No, I didn't go to college. But Dennis, there's people behind the scenes that really depend on me. Dennis, we really do private school. Dennis, we really take education serious. Dennis, we really take family trips. Dennis, we really have close-knit relationships with women over here. Dennis, solid women, not the ones you portrayed me with, Dennis. So when you swing at me again, understand in real time, I'm somebody. And I don't got to be somebody to a network of Masons. Right? I'm my son's favorite person. Dennis, that is enough for me. I'm so honored by that, and I'm so humbled by being my son's favorite. He asked me what I think. Dennis, do you know how crazy that is? See, it would be doper if you and I was having that conversation. You know what I mean? It was dope. It would be doper if we was sharing that kind of shit. And I could tell you the stories of fatherhood and how, It's such an honor to me. You could tell me your stories. But I don't want to be around you neither. Okay? So just so we're clear, we don't want to be around each other. Right? Watch Dennis talk spicy.
We don't want to live with you niggas. We don't want to live around you niggas. We don't want to go to basketball games, clubs with you niggas. We don't want to go see comedy shows with you niggas. We don't even want to go to the movies with you niggas. We don't want to have nothing to do with you niggas. We grow up and move out the neighborhood to get away from you niggas. You niggas are horrible. You niggas are terrible. You niggas have destroyed everything you touch. We want you niggas to go back to where you came from. Nevertheless, who's the real nigga in this conversation? The ignorant, no good, belligerent, fighting, killing, cussing, drug dealing, in the penitentiary going. Who's the real nigga? You're the nigga, son. Keep that in mind when you start throwing out the nigga word. And I'm not your nigga. You're the nigga. Ignorant fuck.
Ooh.
Who's listening to?
Ooh. There we go, Dennis. Let that shit out. That's what I'm talking about, my G. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. 2 more minutes, y'all.
This, right? Look,
Black men are listening to it, young blood. Black men. The 63% of black men who are successful are listening to this because this is their lived experience. They deal with traitorous women. They marry some of them.
Choose better.
Women, they dealing with them all the time.
Choose better.
We're listening to it. You don't have a problem with it because you're a Pookie.
Right.
man. I have Destruction of Black Civilization by Chancellor Williams.
You obviously didn't read the motherfucker.
I mean,
what?
Everything he said consisted of war with men, right?
Let's hear this. Listen to this weird ass point he tried to make.
Whatever the woman does when it comes to warfare with men is oftentimes survival.
Okay,
right?
so
they have to survive. So they will do whatever they need to do to survive, and they will work whatever they have at their disposal to work with to survive.
All right, so what this young man is saying is that when the invader comes in,
listen to this.
Expect your bitch to turn her back on you. That's basically, he's basically saying these women are no good. They will turn their back on you at the heart as soon as somebody comes in with guns and they're gonna turn their back. They're not gonna be like those Vietnamese women, because many of them stood alone. Ask these guys from the Vietnam War. Ask these brothers from Iraq and Afghanistan who was bringing those improvised explosive devices. Ask them who was on the front line. You ask these men who've been to war. See, this boy don't know this young man doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. There have been African women that have stood right alongside black men, African men, even during the Gullah Wars that were fought down in Florida. You know, the Florida problem. There were black women right there. I'm talking about these modern day sellout bitches that we're dealing with right now. When you go to Haiti and that war of 1804 in Haiti, there were black women right along there with machetes, chopping and cutting. You understand? And if they all died together. It's not just men fighting the war. You don't know what you're talking about. You're talking out the side of your ass, out the side of your head, brother. You don't know what you're talking about. There have been a lot of women that stood right alongside that queen, that Ethiopian queen. Is when the northern invaders came in, he said, stay here. He said, no, I refuse to be a captive. I will die next to my king on the battlefield. And she rode out in the chariot with him.
Dennis, do you think the women that you're talking about, was it a collective mindset? So the women that you're talking about, is it possible that they have a collective warrior mindset? And if black women don't have that mindset, do black men? Because we're tethered together, right? Warrior produce warrior, right? Coward produce coward, right?
But see, that's a bad bitch right there. Not like these weak ass bras that we got.
Yo, Dennis has a crazy mouth for a good black man. For an educated man, Dennis has a Pookie mouth.
You understand, young brother? You need some more books to read.
Dennis, I already showed you my books. Let's not do that.
See, I understand. You didn't learn to read. You didn't actually read the books. You listened to the online YouTube book. That's what you did.
You see? So now y'all know why I picked up steam. I started out with Mr. Spurling, but now y'all see how he was talking about me though. Mind you, Dennis didn't tag me in this video. I tagged him on Facebook and YouTube and let him know that I'm talking about him.
See, a lot of you modern day dudes, y'all just listen to the online video. I don't actually study it and talk about it and philosophize with it for hours and hours at a time. You don't do that. You just get a superficial understanding and you don't relate it to anything else. You just babbling. This is Pookie babbling that you're doing right now. But let's keep listening to the young brother.
The thing that they always leave out is the man.
The man.
If the black woman has to do something because of survival.
If she got to sell her pussy, call the police on you, then that's just. If she got to send you your sons out there to sell crack so she can survive, that's what. Look at the excuse this man is making. If she's got to pimp her own daughter out, right? If she's got to pimp her own daughter out to somebody, that's good too. That's fine. That's what this man is saying. This is excusable. Ken Brisbane, this is excusable, you think? This level of traitorousness is excusable? Just anybody. If a black woman has anything she has to do to survive is justifiable. Huh?
So black men don't understand survival now, huh? Yo, this is so ill. This is so ill. Because now the black man don't understand survival? Black men do the same shit, Dennis. What are you talking about? Y'all join them lodges for survival. Y'all join them fraternities for network and survival, Dennis.
Anything. Y'all think about that. Y'all let that meditate. We'll be right back.
Hold on. 5 more minutes, y'all. Let me see. Dennis is a character.
Female slave, right, went and snitched and told master. This is documented. This is documented. The whole Yellow Rose of Texas was a black woman who ratted out the Mexican army who was trying to remove the Texas slaveholders from North Texas. This is something that's justified. Hell, we can look in the Bible. How did the walls of Jericho fall? 2 Israelites came, snuck into within the walls, convinced a woman, and we'll let you live and let your family live if you just snitch and rat out all your people. That's in the Bible. And so what happened?
Dennis, Judas is also in the Bible too. Cain and Abel is also in the Bible too, Dennis.
She left the flag. They came in, a little sign. They came in. And they came and burned and murdered all those people within the walls of Jericho. That's not justified. Some things are not justified, man. Some things are not justified. You cannot sit here and tell these women that anything they do to survive is even if it means undermine the well-being of their people, is justifiable. You can't do that. That's irresponsible. It's foolish and it's naive.
So what you do, Dennis, in that instance, whoever the leader is, you give your people instruction just in case of your demise, right? So in health, there's advanced directives. So when you die, people know exactly what to do because you put it in paperwork. Do not resuscitate or do resuscitate. Do you want anything to happen to with your organs? You have life insurance. You have estate planning, Dennis. So as the man, because you're all about manhood, right? So you prepare your people for your demise just in case something happens to them, right? Now, if they go off script from your instruction, that's on them. They may have to pivot because of, you know, variable change. But Dennis, when the instruction is a certain type of way, the outcomes will be different. Is it possible that the people you're talking about did not have instructions? No, of course not, right? Because they're women, right?
And on top of that, it demonstrates your mindset because in reality, that's how you feel. That's how you former Pookies feel. For all your misgivings and actions in the black community, you feel that, hey, man, I had to sell dope to survive. I had to shoot and kill and rob to survive. That's what you did. You feel the same way. That's how you feel. Anything, because it's all about you. It's not about the rest of us. That's that self-centered, selfish view of the world.
Kind of like this. Hold on, Dennis. Self-centered, right? Because the talented 10th is for who? Because it's about everybody, right? Are you sure? Oh no, it's only about the 10%. Right, Dennis? Right? High value man, right? You a gangbanger, you know. You throw up them signs. It's about everybody, right, Dennis? No, stop the cap. It's about this right here. Stop playing. It's about that pail, Dennis. It's about them secrets that's in that pail. How you don't really want these people to know their nationality for real. That's why you keep blackety black talk. And now you're on the reparations board now. What? So you can further keep these people from their nationality. And black is not a nationality, my G. but it's about everybody, right? No, it's not. How could it be? This shit is about a pyramid, bro. This your homie. Prince Hall's your dude. What you talking about? Stop it. That everybody talk. That's what the high value man does. He make it fit, make the dude in the middle feel like, yeah, he got a spokesperson for him.
Sometimes you just got to be willing to say, you know what, man, I got to go down for my people, but I'm not selling out. It's about having some backbone, but I wouldn't expect that from a person like yourself, who is a Pookie, according to you, and this is what you've been doing your whole life.
How you know? Backbone, right? So Pookie shit, Dennis. So backbone is when you get in a jam, a legal jam, and you about to be away from your family, and you don't tell on your friends. Now, can you display any situations that you're talking about? Because what you're saying, you want black women to act a certain type of way after an invasion. Stay down, fight, do this. Show and proof. Maybe it's a history about you, I don't know. And I would definitely like to learn. But maybe you have a history where you've been in the trenches and you've been in the field, right? Where you have stood on what you're talking about. What's your invasion story? What do you know about that? How did matter of fact, Dennis, give us a story of your mother and your grandmother and your aunties when they was been in the same situation. Give us a story of the women in your family, what they did, because that's personal development. Teach the people through example. What did your women and your family do when they was faced with crisis? Don't shoulda, coulda, woulda. Don't talk mysteriously. Tell us what the women you know did when they was faced with crisis. What happened when the men died? What happened when the men got sick or went to jail or something? A travesty in the family occurred. What when they dealt with racism, the house was burned down. What did the women in your family do? So these black women that you're talking about, they have an example to follow. That would be right and exact. Because how else would they know? Let's get out of shoulda, coulda, woulda. Talk about your family. What does your family do when there is crisis? What's the protocol? I'm the first in mine to respond to crisis a certain type of way. Of keeping it together. Of this is how we need to move. Right? But you got the you're not a Pookie though, right? So you're an upperclassman. So teach the women through your family example. That's the best way to show and prove, Dennis. Because what are you talking about? Remember, you never committed no crimes. So what's your story of not ratting? You mentioned snitching and all that. What's your story of not ratting? What's your story of being behind the 8 ball like that, right? And it's sink or swim. Show and prove. I don't have snitching on my jacket. I ain't told nobody. I'm not a confidential informant. What else did Dennis say?
Get the likes up.
That tells you the condition of the men in her group. Because if they didn't have to do that for survival,
He's trying to justify women doing anything, even selling out their own people for survival.
then we would be talking about a different story that would include the men. Now, when the men are handicapped, crippled, or the men are being killed off, or the men have lost, the woman will step up and do whatever she needs to do for survival purpose.
So there's a story about a Taino queen called Ana
Hold
Cahola.
on.
And basically the Spanish appreciate your people. If you truly country, they will black now. You sound just like one of them buck-broken Negroes. Well, there's nothing else they can do, so they sold out. That's weakness. And it's sad that we hear in this late in day, big problem in the black community. They will have you believe that every black man in America is horrible and he's a deadbeat dad.
Oh, what did Dennis say? Hold on.
Chat room, y'all welcome to come in.
Hold on.
Woman, to protect the black man's image, put it all on her.
I want you to understand something, brothers, and I want y'all to hear me very close. For the past 60 years, black women have got on television, and let me clear this up. For the last 60 years, and let me go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and invite
Dennis is gonna say like one of their talking points, and we can end here. For the last 60 years, black women have got on television and said this, that, and the third about black men. Really? What Diane Carroll say? (1968) black woman Diane Carroll had a lead role. What did she say about black men? They never go to the actual thing, right? What did Diane Carroll say about black men? Now this is an important character. What did she say? You said 60 years ago. Okay. What did Ethel Waters say? 1950. The first black woman to be featured in a sitcom. 1950. Dennis? Now, if you go back from the start of this video, I have been on Dennis's head. Everything he says, I've brought shit. Right? He said 60 years ago. So Ethel Waters was disrespecting black men on showing proof. 60 years. Messing up the black man's image. Nichelle Nichols, lead role on Star Trek? What was she saying about black men? No, Dennis. Who you need to be mad at is Step and Fetch It. That's who you need to be mad at. What black woman made the black man's image look worse than Step and Fetch It? That's who you need to be mad at, sir. You talking what about black women? Hold on, I went from Diane Carroll, Ethel Waters, Nichelle Nichols. They did what to the black man? No, sir. Step and Fetch It. How did Step and Fetch It look on TV? No seriousness though. Dennis is a lawyer. I don't know what it takes to accomplish something like that. I'm sure it's super hard. Dennis has a good following. Men listen to him. I did not want him disrespected. He said some things about me. I said some things about him. That's the game. But people can disagree and have different perspectives. Dennis, one of the things you said in your video was like you wasn't trying to educate me or whatever. So you approached it like that. Little do you know, Dennis, in my world, I'm a problem too, bro. But let's just say I did have a blind spot. You are an older man. You are a professional man. Why would you come to me with that energy? You made your video first. You disrespected me in your video. You character assassinated me. But I started my video with you. No disrespect to Dennis. We don't do that. So even in my video, to my reply back to you, that's just part of the energy, sir. No disrespect. I don't play like that. I don't know you. But you can't assassinate my character. I'm very well read. I take that seriously, right? I take my books seriously. And Pookie has a spectrum. You can't help where you're born at, bruh. You gotta be careful with that language, fam. Because it's guys like you that are in powerful positions. And the Pookie and Ray Ray conversation, Dennis, is a class conversation. If you really care about the Pookie and Ray Ray or the black boys, why don't you and your fraternity brothers, you don't gotta give no handout. Teach success habits. Dennis, this is your channel, dog. This is not successful, Dennis. Look at your content, Mr. Spurling. I'm being serious now. You can't on one hand talk about you are here for black men, but you are a professional man creating this kind of content. Look at your content, Dennis. You have to step your conversation up, my G. Because first of all, I am not what you said I was. Right? But you're not coming to the table what you say you are. You're the good black man. Why don't you have good titles? Why don't you have good content, Dennis? Right? Did you tell your followers these are my videos? Man versus man, know thyself apologetically, the becoming. Did you tell your followers that that's what I do? Personal development? That I have 10 laws of accountability? No, you didn't say that. But that's fair. That's fine. Mr. Spurling, I wish you well, you and your family. I don't have no beef with you. This shit is battle rap, bro. I'm going to forget about it tomorrow. Please don't make another video about me because You good at what you do and I'm good at what I do, right? And I'd rather get on the organic way. I don't want to come up off you. I will come up off you, right? Coming where we from, we know how to take advantage of opportunity, Dennis. You know what I mean? And you think it'll go a certain type of way, you already underestimated me. Leave it at that. Down the line, man, we cross paths again. This ain't shit, dog. You ain't say nothing too disrespectful about me. I ain't dish you like that. We good. Leave it at that. You know what I'm saying? If you really rock with black men like you say you do, challenge them. Challenge the men. Challenge their thinking. Push them to be better men for themselves, not for their women. You know what I'm saying? Challenge them. Challenge their beliefs. You know what I mean? That's what it's all about, Dennis. You know what I mean? All this shit is entertainment, bro. But on the real, when I sign out of here and you sign out of here, you go to your family, I go to my family, we got to put on. You know what I'm saying? The unfortunate thing is I'm the Pookie. I had hope in the good black man, but y'all not good though. Y'all not good. Y'all got sucker character. You know what I mean? Never meet your heroes, right? So Mr. Spurling, I know you're in Panama. Shout out to you. I wish you well. Love your lady. Take care of your babies. And Dennis, you made a mistake about me. You didn't know I was a nigga with waves, Dennis. You see my shit? You didn't know that. Come at me right, or don't come at me at all.
I done made money, lost it, and made it back again. I done took major losses in the game. You get the benefit from my losses. I sat with some of the realest people that ever walked this planet. You get the benefit from that. See, when I'm talking, man, I'm not one of these niggas, man, that didn't get it out the mud. I'm not freestyling. I'm not speculating. This is raw and authentic. This is the game that you apply ASAP and it change your life, and people see a difference in you. People say, wow, look at her. Wow, look at him. Man, whatever they doing, man, it must be working, cause damn, they look better. Damn, they sound better. They moving better. Well, that ain't free. You gotta pay for it just like I had to pay for it. Put the money on the wood. Respect the game.